we could still see some people who have not changed the names. Vaishnavi, Kisle, Sunanda, Saurabh Mathur, Sarita, Rahul Batra, Prashanti. We request you to please change your names, display names. Manjot Kaur, Jacqueline, Gopinath, the entry will be restricted today for all those who are not using their access codes. In case anyone has any problem changing their names or renames, kindly contact the team. They will help you. But we will not be able to give entry today for all those who have not changed their name to the access codes. There is someone with the name 2th iPhone. We request you to please change your display name. Bablu Shashi Sehgal. Kindly change your names, please. Duets iPhone, Neeraj, Sonali Sharma, Sarita SM, Rahul Batra, Puneet Bansal, Prashanti, we request you to please change your names to the access codes. Gopinath, Ankit Kakkar, For all those who are not changing the names, we are sorry, but we'll have to restrict your entries today. It's already 7:30 and we have to start the satsang as well. So please change your names, otherwise the entry will be restricted today. Kindly cooperate with us. This helps in the smooth entry if you all will use your access codes. Few of your friends are also in waiting who have not used the access code. If they are known to you, kindly tell them to use their codes so that they can get access to the satsang. Har Har Mahadev, everyone.
Har Har
For
Mahadev.
all those, for all those people who have just joined in,
हर हर महादेव
हाँ महादेव
हर
नमस्ते
हर महादेव.
हर हर महादेव
हर हर महादेव मैम.
for all those people who have just joined in, we request everyone to kindly change your names, display names, to the access codes that have been provided to you on your email ID. Please check your email IDs where we have shared the link. The code is mentioned there. We are really sorry, but today the entry, we will restrict the entry for all those who are not using their access codes. Please check your email IDs once. The access codes are mentioned there. This helps us in the smooth entry. We request everyone who have not changed their names yet, please change it. You can rename it by clicking on the right. You can just do the right click on your name and you can rename it from there. If you have any queries or any problems, you can contact the team. But today the entry will be restricted if you're not using your access codes. There are a lot of people who are using names like iPhone 808 or maybe their own name. But please, we request you to change it, rename it.
सर्वमंगल मांगल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु विष्णुमायेति शब्दिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु श्रद्धारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु विद्यारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु दयारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु तृष्णारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु क्षुधारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु निद्रारूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु लक्ष्मीरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। या देवी सर्वभूतेषु मातृरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः। Let's keep our eyes closed and start focusing on our breath. Bring all your attention towards your breath. As I count from 10 to 1, bring your attention on your breath and allow it to slow down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Make sure your breathing pattern is correct. Check your breath, which means when you breathe in, your chest expands, your stomach expands. And when you breathe out, they come back to their original position. Make sure your back is straight. Make sure your shoulders are not dropping. शरीर स्थिर और मन शांत. Body still and mind stable. Keep breathing. As soon as your breath softens, you start getting into a state of deep relaxation. If there is any stress or tension in any part of your body, breathe out. If there is any physical pain in your body, identify that area. Breathe out. Relax your toes, your calves, your knees, your thighs, your hips, your back, your lower abdomen, upper abdomen, your chest, your shoulders, your neck, your arms, your fingers, your facial muscles, your crown. Completely relax and just breathe. Your capacity to face this life, face this world, multitask, develop a bandwidth to work more, be more productive. It all depends on the pattern of your breath. If you are able to rectify your breathing patterns, the rhythm of your life changes. शरीर स्थिर और मन शांत, body still and mind stable. Get used to the silence that exists inside you. Withdraw from the external. Tap into your inner silence. Your breathing should be so soft by now that if I keep a feather under your nostrils, it should not even flutter. This is the ease that you should have in your life, which can only develop with your breathing. This space is your space. This is what we call your home, your private sanctuary. This is where you can touch any higher dimension. This is where the impossible becomes possible. This is where all disease is healed. This is where all conflicts in yourself are resolved. जब आपका मन आपके श्वास पर केंद्रित हो जाता है तो ध्यान लगता है. When your mind gets aligned to your breath, you get into a state of dhyan. It's almost as if you withdraw from the external. This state is very precious. You get all your answers. And now let's bring our focus towards our Anahata Chakra, our heart area, where we light a lamp every single day. Let's feel the warmth already. Let's pour some oil, which is symbolic of the knowledge. Allow the wick to be completely drenched in this oil. Let's observe the flame. This flame is so beautiful that it instantly reminds you of your true nature, to be that light. The more you look at this flame, the more still and stable you feel. This is so meaningful, and it's as if you feel so settled looking at this flame, recognizing that this is the Atman and the Brahman we talk about. This is that oneness, that power, that surrender, that purity, and allowing yourself to feel this peace and calmness and silence. Let's take 3 deep breaths with the chant of Om. With a lot of gratitude for this day, for your parents, your ancestors, the spiritual masters. Let's open our eyes. Good morning, everyone. Har Har Mahadev. Namaste.
हर हर महादेव।
हर हर महादेव गुरु माँ।
महादेव जी।
प्रणाम गुरु माँ।
महादेव
सदगुरु माँ।
हर महादेव।
नमस्ते।
Namaste, everyone. Welcome to another satsang, another beautiful learning series. I hope you all are doing good. Just mute everyone, please. Okay, so yet another series of satsangs. Last time was a little bit of a dive into chapter 6, which is to do with self-mastery. And while we did self-mastery, we took a little bit of a dive into bhakti. And many of us realized that lots broke inside us when we were talking of bhakti. Many of us realized that I made a statement that ज्ञान होना और ये भ्रम होना कि ज्ञान है, okay, is the biggest mistake that we all make. How do you test? How do you test that you are in knowledge, you are on a spiritual path? See, because chapter 6 is that chapter in the Bhagavad Gita where you will realize, one, it is a very long chapter. It has too many learnings attached to it. The second thing is that while we are doing this Bhagavad Gita's 6th chapter, you will realize that it is only the people who have understood the learnings of this chapter are truly able to share. It is said in the scriptures that your sharings actually come from this chapter. So which also means that the people who shared in the last satsang have already touched the vibration of this chapter. So the Bhagavad Gita says, and don't forget that the Bhagavad Gita is the Lord talking himself. It's not any yoga's guru talking. We are only decoding God. So God says that your true sharing can only come once you touch the vibration of this chapter, because this chapter is to do with self-mastery. And till now, we always thought that there is nothing called self-mastery. There is only something called self-control. We always used to use the word self-control. So Krishna says there is nothing called self-control. It's self-mastery. You cannot control anything. You cannot. So now see how everything will change. Your vocabulary will change. You cannot control your anger. You cannot control your relationships. You cannot control your emotion. You cannot control death. You cannot control birth. You cannot control planets. You cannot control your children. You cannot control your spouse. You cannot control anyone. You cannot control your dog. You cannot control anything. You can only master everything. Are you able to follow me? And the only way by which you can master anything is to master yourself. So this chapter 6 out of 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita, this is also my favorite chapter because this is the only chapter which made me understand the balance between Gyan, Bhakti and Karma. Because, before this chapter, are you all with me? Are you understanding what I'm saying? Before this chapter, we only were under an illusion that, oh, we are getting too much knowledge. There's too much Gyan. There was a cognitive overload in our head. There was so much information being bombarded on us. And then there was an additional information which we get from the social media. Everybody telling us something. So we started feeling, now imagine even 5,000 years back, Krishna knew what this world is going to be like, what technology will do to the humans. So he has placed the chapters so beautifully that as soon as we enter the 6th chapter, everything just breaks. And we realize that no, we are under an illusion that we are in knowledge. हमें ज्ञान का भ्रम हो गया है अब. So he says, embrace this, whatever you have learned. After all, the first 5 chapters also I have only taught you. Okay. But he says that now you need to understand the relevance of Gyan. Because I gave you an equation that Gyan plus Karma is equal to Dharma. Because when we were talking of the first chapter, okay, when Arjun has gone into a state of victimhood and Arjun is sick and tired of his life. Okay, and that is the time when Krishna starts telling Arjun that don't run away from your karma. And if a guru has to just tell you that no, why are you running away from life? Why are you running away from your karma? Okay, so that can just be a quick recap of the first 5 chapters where Krishna is telling Arjun that look, karam hi dharam hai. Bhago mat. Apne karam se bhago mat. So the equation of the first 5 chapters is knowledge, Gyan plus action, karma. Gyan plus karma is equal to dharma. That is the equation of the first 5 chapters. That look, combine your knowledge with your action. And this action means talking, eating, sleeping. Combine it with Gyan and that becomes your dharma. So if you have combined Gyan with the action of eating, then the dharma of the body will be followed. If you have combined knowledge with the action of your sleeping, then also the body's dharma will be followed. So basically, in the first 5 chapters, to get Arjun out of the state of being a victim, Krishna has given too much knowledge. But now what has happened is that God himself knew how the souls are going to deteriorate in every yuga. And I've told you that we are just in the first few years of the 4th yuga. Okay. Now there is going to be further deterioration. So God has made arrangement for every yuga. So if we were souls sitting in Satyuga, there would be no conversation between us. I would not have had to put so much effort, with stories and examples. I would not have had to do that. We would just be sitting and experiencing bliss. So this Bhagavad Gita, and I'm going to first start today with telling you where it all started from, because a lot of you, I know, are still so logical in your approach. Yes. And chapter 6 is for all the people who still retain some logic. Because Krishna says that you can understand Gyan also with some logic. But if you want to convert your dharma into a golden dharma, Swarna dharma, then you have to add bhakti in it. So till chapter 5, we have not spoken of bhakti. Okay, and we are a little apprehensive to speak about bhakti because in this day and age, people think we are idiots. We are stupid people who are talking of bhakti, and bhakti has nothing to do with professional lives and parenting and all of that, but it's God himself. So I'm preparing you again and again for chapter 6. I don't know how long this chapter will go, how many satsangs it will take, but the interpretation of this chapter is about your true transformation. Till now, you were only feeling it's like a feel-good factor. Okay, this happened with Arjun, so it's happening with me, big deal. If it can happen with Arjun, it can happen with me also. Arjun had Krishna, okay, I also have my guru. She's also taking me out of this mess. So, it was all a very comfortable zone I was creating for all of you till chapter 5. Okay, now the real hammering starts because now Krishna wants Arjun to be a master of himself. So like I always say that, okay, you all have taken Gyan, that is a great thing. Okay, now is the time to truly transform yourself and show the results in your family, in your business, in your health, everywhere. So it's a very result-oriented chapter. So your logic will go out of the window because this chapter takes you to a true transformation. It takes you to a dimension where you thought you can never go. Okay. So a quick recap, and I got a lot of sharings this time in this past 1 month. I didn't get questions surprisingly because now you all will realize that as soon as you touch bhakti, there are no questions left. Gyan has a lot of questions. Gyan, you'll ask questions, you'll be more intellectual, your questions will be better than someone. You'll try to word it very nicely to me. This is all Gyan, and it's great. Gyan is very good. But see, the most surprising thing that after last satsang, I got no questions. I only got sharings, and those sharings were also, I can't explain in words. I don't know what happened. So there were no words. This is bhakti. And when you start reaching a stage like this, actually on the more macro level, what is happening inside you? Tell me. You're saving so much time. There are no questions now. Because the amount of energy and the amount of time these question answers, conflicts, this, that, all, the amount of time and energy that all these things consume takes away all your productivity. So and that is why, if you remember, what were those 5 things that we spoke of in Bhakti last satsang? No conflict, no confusion, no questions, no duality. This is what I said, right? So ultimately, by chapter 6, this is what transformation will happen in all of us. So in simple words, if I'm able to say, everything will be settled in us and we are going to be focused on our goals. That is the best part about self-mastery. Okay, so a quick recap. If there are any questions, you can raise your hands. So the recap is organs of action, organs of perception are directly linked to the quality of the life that you're leading today, which is also essentially SRT, your sattva, your rajas, and your tamas. So these gunas are directly related to your organs of action, organs of perception, and your actions, and hence the quality of your life. So if you have a lot of tamas inside you, okay, which means your organs of action and organs of perception are contaminated. They are into gossiping, they are into cursing, they are into wrong deeds, they are into conspiracy, they are into lies, they are into greed, they are into harming other people, harming your own self. Okay? If your energy is a lot to do with tamas, it means your organs of action and organs of perception are contaminated. So clearly your actions will also be contaminated, right? What would a tamasic person do? He would be in bed. He would only be on phone calls. He would do no action. And that is deciding the quality of his life. So in very simple words now, if you look at someone and if you feel that the quality of their life is very good, and again, I am going to give you the example of the Prime Minister of India. If you look at someone and if you just feel so good seeing their quality of life, the charm on their face, the calmness on their face, despite the responsibilities that they have, you can just conclude that the sattva element in their life is very high. Their organs of action and perception are not contaminated, and their quality of life is very high. It's very simple. If you see someone sick, if you see someone gossiping, if you see someone doing everything else but work, if you see your mother gossiping at home, if you see your relatives coming and gossiping and doing all these kind of things, just make an equation in your head. Their tamas is very high, their quality of life is very low because their organs of action and perception are only seeing this around. And this is where what you all follow initially in your business when you're asked to read The Secret or all of these kind of books, what is it? It is just moving this part, because your organs of action and organs of perception create your own world, right? So suddenly somebody was telling me 2-3 days back that suddenly he has started meeting people for plans in his business, and during the plans the topic is spirituality. And he was feeling surprises. I don't know, how is this happening? I said, no, this is not happening. Nobody is doing this to you. You have done this to yourself because somewhere your vibration has become spiritual now. So you have started attracting those people in your life. So again, this in a very mundane way has been called the law of attraction in the Western world. But actually it is your organs of action, organs of perception, your SRT quotient, and the quality of your life. Okay. The Prajanan and Nishkasan were two important aspects that we discussed last time. Prajanan is how creative you are, because God himself says that you can create anything at any point in time. Something collapses, create it back. Something finishes, create it back. Don't worry. If a team of 5 people collapses, you can create a team of 500 people. If today, your shop is not doing well, your business has suddenly collapsed, doesn't matter. You can create it. That is the virtue of Prajanan that we have. Nishkasan is also very important because Prajanan cannot work without Nishkasan. How can you create something new if you have not let go of something which is not needed anymore? So Nishkasan means the ability to let go of something which is no longer needed. See, I have allowed you all today, but I'm again making the announcement. I think you should have some respect for the fact that there are some rules that need to be followed everywhere. I will not allow anyone who is not using their code tomorrow, despite repeated reminders, you are not using your codes. And you're using names like ISV, Zoom Pro. Please use your names allotted, codes allotted, otherwise you will be removed. Please follow this. So your Nishkasan is, you're removing something which is not needed anymore. It could be your own energy. It could be your bad habits. It could be some negative people around you. It could be the thoughts and memories of your past relationship. It could be your debt. A lot of people ask me this sometimes, that their debt is not getting over. I just tell them one thing. I said the ability of Nishkasan is not good. If you're holding on to something in your life, whether it's your breath or it's your debt or it's your bad relationship, it just means that your Nishkasan is not good. Because everything is actually existing in the energy form. Your debt is not in the bank. Your debt you can see on some spreadsheets. You can see your liabilities, your assets, your profit, your loss on a sheet. But where does it really exist? Does it exist on the sheet? No, it exists on the energy level. So people who don't have a good Nishkasan, people who cannot let go, people who have constipation all the time, people who are always living in their past. The person has gone, but they are still thinking about the same person 24/7. Now, gone means whether the person is dead, or gone means whether the relationship is over, but you are only in that thought. It means your Nishkasan is not good. And when Nishkasan is not good, Prajanan cannot happen. How can you create something new when you're holding on to something which does not belong to you anymore? So Nishkasan is also a process which can only be understood when you're going through this journey of Gyan, Nishkasan is not something today you go to someone and say, why aren't you letting go of this? Why aren't you letting go? Let go, let go, let go. It doesn't happen like that. Letting go is not easy. That is why it is a lesson coming to us from Shastras. If something was so easy, then the Shastras wouldn't have mentioned about it. Your school teacher would have taught you. It is Shastra because probably God knows that letting go is not easy. And that is why through these chapters now, God will also tell you that if you don't let go, please focus. If you don't let go, it will become a part of your permanent balance sheet, which is called prarabdha. If you don't follow Nishkasan, then everything becomes a part of your permanent balance sheet, which is called prarabdha. And that is the vicious circle where we all are trapped in. Okay? So if you keep facing the same thing again and again, now this I did in Atma Manthan, karmic imprints and karmic impressions. But I'm going to do the same thing with respect to self-mastery chapter. It will take a different meaning altogether. So if you see something happening in your life again and again, again and again, again and again, it's a part of your prarabdha. Don't blame anyone for it. Because you have not been able to follow Nishkasan and Prajanan. Because Nishkasan has the right time to let go also. You get up and you rush to the washroom because there is a time to let go. So people who let go of their body's garbage in the afternoon, in the evening, there is some problem with them. So there is a time for Nishkasan. So when you are on the path of spirituality, your guru is also telling you this is the time to let go. अब इसको छोड़ दो, अब छोड़ दो, हो गया. And now start focusing on creating new things. Let me give you an example. Now the doubt can be, no, it's not easy. It's not easy. It is very simple because right now we are talking of the forces of nature. Now imagine a woman, she conceives. And then there is a miscarriage. The baby drops. She feels upset. What does the doctor do? The doctor does Nishkasan, means cleans her womb. Isn't it? There are medical techniques where the womb is cleaned. Why? Why the Nishkasan? She goes for a procedure where the womb is cleaned. Because the doctor is preparing her womb for Prajanan again. Because she has the ability to conceive again. So this process of letting go and creation, letting go and creation, letting go and creation is a gift. But if you don't know how to let go, you cannot create. So Prajanan cannot happen without Nishkasan. So if somebody is trying to create something, if any one of you is trying to create something without letting go, that creation is going to go waste. Because the law of nature says, okay, because the nature supports you for Nishkasan, but you have to be ready for that. If you are not ready for Nishkasan, then it will become your permanent balance sheet. It will become your prarabdha. So then you cannot question that, oh, I'm working so hard, I'm not getting results, I'm still trapped, that person has moved on. And then you feel jealous seeing that your partner has moved on after the divorce and you are still just there. That is because you have not let go. And let go does not mean ego. Example, everything is now linked to the body. Okay. So I'm going to give you examples of the body and you relate it to your life and your mind. Does the body feel very proud that it has let go of garbage in the morning? Does the body feel proud? Huh? It's a process. Does the body feel egoistic? It doesn't. So when you also let go of something, don't feel so great about yourself that, oh, you have forgiven that person and you're a great person, you're a great man, you're a great woman, you have forgiven that person, he did wrong. This kind of a nishkasan is not nishkasan. This is ego. Nishkasan means you are even letting go of the thought of why you did it. If your body starts feeling egoistic, happy about what it's doing every day to you, you will get tired of your body. If your body starts feeling so happy, so sad, so this, so that, you will get tired of your own body. It's a process. It's a natural process. So we surrender to the process. I'm repeating this for you all again because the coming times will need this more than ever. Please remember Nishkasan and Prajanan. If you want to create something very new, you have to let go of something. And it's not a sacrifice. It's not a sacrifice. It's a process. Yes, Syed, question?
Nam Guruma. The question just arises when you talk about Nishkashan and Prajanan and Nishkashan. So when Nishkashan, like in case of relationship or any past relationship, the residual of that relation or that remains. So it's possible that the Nishkashan is completely 100%, or some, as I said, some residual or some memory will remain there. First question. The second is, in which area I'll do the Nishkashan, that area will be improved, or with one process of discussion the all aspects of the life will start improving.
Very good question. Will the Nishkasan be 100%? Now, one, it is a logical question which comes from Gyan. However, I will still answer it. Okay, because this is the transition from Gyan to Bhakti. Okay, so when you are in the process of Nishkasan, all your spiritual processes that are being taught to you, all the techniques and the tools that are being taught to you is to enhance the process of Nishkasan. Okay. Now, maybe you start doing your Nishkasan from today. That's why I keep saying, please do your processes, do your processes. Believe me, you can get all the Gyan in the world. You can sit next to a guru 24/7, but you will not feel good also because you're not doing any processes. You cannot achieve anything in your spiritual journey without processes. You might just sound intelligent to people because you can talk well. You might have a gift of gab. You might show to people that you have understood, but without processes, the real change will not come in you. Okay? So all the techniques, the tools, the processes that are being taught to you ensure Nishkasan. However, if you start your processes from today, seriously, and you say, okay, now this was a breakthrough for me. I got my click here. I have been attending satsang, but I have not been doing my processes. But from today, I'll do my processes. So if you are going to do your processes from today, then it is only from today that 100% Nishkasan will happen. Because for all you know, that all your past deeds have become your permanent balance sheet. See, please understand, we are talking of the karmic philosophy. And last time with Sachin, I asked an example. I asked a question to Sachin only for proving the fact that we have no choice but to accept that karmas work all the time. This philosophy works all the time. So today, if you're wearing this, if Joy is wearing this yellow colored t-shirt today and he says that, no, what I said yesterday, I'm not going to accept it because I was wearing a red t-shirt. It's not possible. But for people who are truly surrendered to this process, so your question is very important because Krishna has answered this in chapter 6, which we go ahead with. Okay, so this will become more clear. For now, understand that the processes help you in 100% Nishkasan. Okay, what was your second question?
The second question was, if I follow the Nishkasan in one aspect, does it affect in all aspects of the life?
Yes, absolutely. And the biggest example of that is because I tell you to breathe out. So when you start regulating your breath pattern, it helps you in all the areas of life. Okay. Then we went to an equation that we made last time, which was Bhav, Bhavana, Bhakti, and Bhagya. Bhav means intention, Bhavana means feeling, Bhakti means an ingredient that we are going to add, which essentially means devotion and surrender. And this makes your destiny. If you can understand this equation, your life is a cakewalk. Okay. Then I spoke of Dincharya and Ritucharya, and these two are actually, Dincharya and Ritucharya are preventive measures, because ultimately we are going towards leadership. Ultimately, we are going towards being a parent and leading the family, being in an upline and leading a family, being a leader in a corporate organization, being a professor, being a teacher. Okay, because ultimately we have to somewhere link it to the life and the role that we are playing today. Okay, so for that, we are time and again combining it with unaffected, consistent leadership. Okay, so time and again, we'll compile it together. We'll reconcile everything that we are studying, and then we'll conclude that, yes, this is what the equation is. So I spoke of some preventive measures called Dincharya and Ritucharya, which essentially means the discipline a leader must follow in his life in order to have Sadcharita, means a good conduct, a good behavior, a good character. Okay. Then it was about what happens when we are doing all of this is that you keep recognizing the power of autocorrection in your life, and changes can happen with ease. You don't restrict or you don't rebel any changes. The changes are always welcomed. And so the key thing for a leader is that he should always welcome the changes that happen in his life. For a leader to get into a state of non-duality, no confusion, no illusion, no question, no conflict is very important. And then when we spoke of self-mastery, we got to know certain words from the Bhagavad Gita, which are sannyasi, yogi, tapasvi. These are the kind of words Bhagavad Gita starts talking about when we are talking about the highest quality of leadership. And my aim here is to abolish the myth that a yogi is somebody who has to renounce something. A tapasvi is someone who has to go to the Himalayas with no clothes on his body and prove to the world that he can sustain minus 50 degrees with nothing on his body. No. A yogi, a tapasvi, a sannyasi is someone who is an unaffected, consistent leader. Okay. Then we also spoke about a tapasvi Raja having some qualities which even Lakshmi at some point has said that I will only be with people who have these qualities. And those qualities are Satya, Dharma, Dan, Vrat, Tapasya, and Parakram. So these are the qualities which every tapasvi Raja should have, every leader should have, every parent should have. And coincidentally, Lakshmi, which is prosperity, money, happiness, a disease-free body, she has also mentioned that she also will be around people who have these qualities. Anyone who wants me to repeat these qualities, or we go ahead? Now, I'm going to now make a list for all of you, and that's how we will proceed. It will make this chapter very easy. Okay, I'm going to repeat. The first is Satya. The first quality is Satya. Satya means embracing or the power to embrace the truth, without mincing any words, non-partial, the truth. This is what God has said, and this is universal. No matter what. The power to embrace the truth is Satya. Dharma. Only if you embrace the eternal truth can you follow Dharma. So it's not out of these 7, I will only follow 2. No, it follows one after the other. They are all linked to each other. Only if you follow Satya can you understand Dharma. If you don't follow Satya, how will you even understand Dharma? You're going to reject the truth. So if I tell you today, so say for example, if you have cheated someone of your money, of his money, okay? You know you have done a wrong thing. You have cheated that person. And I'm telling you the eternal truth. And if you say no, this is all rubbish. कुछ नहीं रखा है इन बातों में. मौज करो. How can I tell you dharma? How will I teach you that money's dharma is that you cannot keep anyone's money? Say if you're having an affair outside your marriage, okay? And I say the eternal truth says, this is wrong, this is pap. And you say, no, this is nothing. I'm having fun. How does it matter? How will I teach you the dharma of a husband? How will I teach you what a marriage, how sacred a marriage is? How will I talk to you about this institution of marriage, which is so sacred? So, which means that if you do not accept the eternal truth, you will not understand dharma. And Lakshmi can't come to you because she is herself with her husband all the time. Lakshmi and Vishnu, Shiva and Shakti are inseparable. In fact, even when Shiva and Shakti were separated, Shakti did everything possible, every tap possible in this universe to get him back. They are inseparable entities. So if I have to teach you the eternal truth, I have to teach you dharma, it can only happen when you accept and they follow each other. So if you don't accept the eternal truth about Shiva and Shakti, about Lakshmi and Vishnu, how will you understand the dharma of a marriage? Because then after this comes Dan. Then Shiva and Shakti together, Vishnu and Lakshmi together get into a process of bettering their life, of Dan. They understand that, okay, now we are a spiritual couple. And now we have to follow all the laws. And this is when the laws of the universe, that thing we did, So in a very laymanish way, I can just say, then they get into Dan. Okay, now let's start helping the community. Let's start following the laws of Lakshmi. Because they are together. Now this together can be you being together with the other person. And this together can also be you being together with yourself, because there is a Shiva and Shakti in you. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to, have somebody in your life to feel this. No, you are complete in your own self, because this chapter is self-mastery. Till you are mastered in yourself, you will not understand what I'm saying. Your attention will only go to people outside. Then after Dan, it comes to Vrat. Then you start doing your austerities to better yourself. Then it is your tapasya. Okay? And then automatically Parakram comes. Parakram is a power which can never go. Parakram is not something which comes and goes. Parakram is that permanent power that you have inside yourself. Because Prajanan starts happening now. You're creating wealth. So you must have often wondered, that why are some people creating wealth all the time? Their wealth is multiplying all the time. Their Prajanan is very high because their Nishkasan is very high. And sooner in life, by default or with understanding, they have followed the dharma, they have followed the, everything that the Shastras have taught. They have not had too much logic working for them, no contradictions of the books working, nothing. They are usually in a state of surrender. All right. Now, what happens when a person, a leader, a parent, a professional has all these qualities? Something very beautiful that starts happening in their life is that they become a drishta. They are no more a karta. They become a drishta. They are not doers anymore. They become observers, because their power of awareness is so high that they understand the power of being detached from that scene. And that is when an equation comes where I said drishti, drishya, drishta, and drishtikon. Drishti, drishya, drishta, and drishtikon. Drishya is the scene that you're seeing. Drishta is the observer. Okay. His drishti means his vision is setting a drishtikon, which means an insight. Niharika, if you could just write these words, please. Drishti, drishta, drishya, and drishtikon. Drishya is the scene. Drishti is your perception. Drishta is you, and Drishtikon is your insight, your vision. Okay. So all this magic starts happening. Now, there are certain things we need to accept before we go on the journey of the chapter 6 and of course the chapter 7 and 8, which are a byproduct of self-mastery. We are going to start making a list of things now, and I'll help you make that list. And then you make this list longer yourself by adding the points that you feel are important in this journey of self-mastery. Okay. The first one being, this is the journey of self-mastery, and I've made my list, you make your list. And my list will just help you write more. The first in this list is being a drishta. If you cannot be a drishta, if you cannot be an observer, you cannot attain self-mastery. For me, this is most important. Because if you are all the time putting yourself in the situation, then you're being mixed in the situation. But if you become a drishta, your situation becomes very small. And you become very big. But if you are in the situation, you make the situation very big. So the first point to accept in this journey of self-mastery is please become an observer. Don't be a doer. Come out, see your situation, have that drishti, watch the drishya with your drishti, have a drishtikon, and then you will see the situation is very small. The second most important thing for me on this journey of self-mastery is to accept the karmic philosophy. Exactly like the way I explained through Sachin's example last time. Accept the karmic philosophy. You have no choice. Today, you want to argue with me, you want to debate with me, I will keep silent. Because I know the only cycle that works is Kal, time, karma. You want to debate about it, you can. You want to find logics, it's okay. You want to do it for your own selfish interest, you can keep doing whatever. But the karmic philosophy, the karmic cycle needs to be accepted. You have done it, you have to bear the fruits. Now, whether you have changed your clothes or you have changed your bodies, it's the same thing according to the Bhagavad Gita. इसीलिए मैंने बोला था पिछली बार, भागो मत जागो, wake up. This is a wake up call for all the souls on the planet now. The third, according to me, is Dincharya and Ritucharya, your daily and seasonal discipline. This helps you in self-mastery. The next, according to me, is conduct, sadvrita, because as soon as you come into a discipline, your conduct starts changing, your words start changing, your aura. You don't suppress people, you impress people. There's a difference. One way is where you're suppressing people, you're dominating people, you're controlling people. Look at Krishna's Sadvrita. Look at his conduct. He was not suppressing anyone. He was not controlling anyone. He was not dominating anyone. He was impressing Arjun. Arjun was in awe of Krishna. Are you able to understand? This is self-mastery. But there is no ego here. If you're even impressing someone, there's no ego because you're doing it as an observer. You're not a doer. So when that is what I said, the first thing is become a drishta. If you're not a drishta, and then your sadvrita is happening, you're impressing people, then ego will come. That is why I said, for me, the first thing is to be a drishta. I am not doing anything. I am not capable of doing anything. My only identity is that Mahadev has chosen me to do this. That's it. So when the first thing, when you are an observer, then there will be no ego coming, even if you are changing lives of people. You following what I'm saying? Because if you're a doer, and then say because see, for a doer also Dincharya and Ritucharya are possible. Yes or no? Isn't it? For a doer also Dincharya and Ritucharya are possible. He can also be disciplined. But in his life, his conduct will have an ego. Yash, are you able to follow what I said? Huh?
Yes, ma'am.
His conduct will have an ego. Right? So that's why this is the order with which I follow. And I understand this chapter. So you can use this as a structure and then keep adding your points. Then is after Sadvrita, I feel the most abhi takka, whatever we have done till date, till this satsang is, the next thing very important for me is the impartial intellect. That as soon as you are into self-mastery and you have got introduced to the process of yoga, I feel impartial intellect takes over. So whether it's your son or it's your daughter or it's your downline, your upline, your this, your that, there's an impartial intellect with a lot of calmness. Because those 7 qualities have taken over, right? Eternal truth, dharma, tap, everything. So you are just so calm inside. There is no duality, no confusion, no illusion, no conflict, no question. Impartial intellect. And then for me, the next thing in self-mastery is sambhav. Okay. And where we did in the verses 18, 19, 20, I think last satsang, where I said that you have to be like a lamb in a windless place. Even if there is a storm outside, you are like a lamb in a windless space. परिस्थिति स्थिति परिस्थिति जो भी हो आपकी स्थिति संभाव होनी चाहिए no matter what. Okay, so from here you start making your own notes now. So I'm going to first take you through a few things which I think most of you should know. They don't know, I'm sure. And that will give you more clarity because Saurabh, you had a question. I can't see you, please. I can't see you. Yes.
We are in chapter 6, and we are talking about being self-aware and coming to Sadvrita. Arjun, when Krishna is telling him all this, hasn't quite changed and transformed because that will take action and time.
Correct.
But yet the knowledge of chapter 6 or the further chapters is going to come to him. But without this put in practice, without completing the processes, without becoming the drishta, is it okay to go into the chapter 6 and 7 and 8?
You can't. You will feel limited. At least your bhav to be a drishta should start. At least that intentions should start, that I intend to be a drishta. You know, the best part about this path is that there is no force, there is no push, there is no pull. There is just a hand holding. Rahul sent a beautiful video the other day. There is just a hand holding. There is no push, there is no pull, there is no gali, there is no nothing. There is a hand holding. You want to take a break, you want to take a sabbatical, you take a sabbatical, you come back, I will start from the same chapter. Because you see, God, in your financial life, in your normal personal life, you could be getting anxious, your children are growing up, this is happening, that is happening. God is not anxious. Guru is not anxious. Because the G cube element knows that you have been making the same mistakes over births. So they are in no hurry. Their work is to impart knowledge. Whether you implement it, you don't implement it, you disgrace it, you become thankful for it, it's absolutely your karma. So from God's side, there is no authentic scripture, no authentic guru will ever force you into something. But to answer your question, even if you have the intention of being surrendered, even if you have the intention of being a drishta, you will understand this chapter. That's the power this chapter has of transformation.
Got it.
Okay. Yes, Ajit.
Har Guruma, Har Mahadev. Sorry, I had a bad thought. Guruma, like you told me, bhav of drishta. I just want to share something because last 1 week, what happened? Somebody approached me, they want something, they want a defense ground to organize something. So I helped that gentleman and took him to the higher authority. But in the chain of command, the lower authority was against me. How you took him to the higher authority? And there was no intent, there was nothing that has not come in my mind to demean someone else. But I just took with no intent. No intent. It is a purely that event should get organized. It will help to the next generation. There was some inspiration even. So things happen, ma'am. How it happened, I don't know. Somewhere it happens, and event was conducted. It has come in newspaper now. But I was just a medium. But somewhere in the chain of command, people was not happy with me. I would say my boss, whoever it is, how you took him to. Now in that, some relations got spoiled, but my intent was not to get the relations spoiled. My intent was to just that event should happen. It's a good event. It is something related to a religious event. But in this process, what I've done, I myself feel I have done right. And I don't know, maybe people has taken that way, some in the chain of command.
See, every institution that you belong to has a set of rules and regulations, has a discipline. Okay. The benchmark of discipline of Anushasan is the defense forces of a country. Now, I don't know whether you're talking of right or wrong, or you're talking of doing something righteous. I don't know what right and wrong here means. It's a very thin line that we have, Ajit. Okay. Sometimes we are not able to recognize that thin line. We get very overwhelmed with our position. Oh, I'm a great guy. I'm a great woman. I'm doing so much, this, that. And we often cross that line. Okay. And we think we are doing it because we are helping everyone. But for all we know, we could have crossed that line. So when you belong to an institution, you have to follow the rules and regulations of that space. If there is a protocol, there is a protocol. So I can't outrightly comment on what you're saying, but there are two answers to your question. One is, don't be overwhelmed, because I know you do a lot of social activities. You're a great-hearted person. You have a heart of gold. You do so much for people. You want to help people all the time. Great. Okay. But don't get carried away by this space. There is a very thin line even in the space of social work. Like I always say, when we also do some social work, we never go to people who don't want to accept our social work. So you can develop a sense of internal pride that you are doing someone, I only helped someone. So what wrong did I do to break the protocol and go to a senior? I always say, do not break protocols. There are cardinal rules in your business also, right? There are cardinal rules in the business. There are rules in the defense forces. There are rules everywhere. Your intention could have been right, but maybe that if people are upset with you, then you need to think again that what line did you cross? Are you able to understand what I'm saying?
I got a point, Guruma. It was not that ki I never do that. Basically, I follow what are the hierarchies there. But it was that gentleman had come to meet the higher authority. I just accompany him, basically, escort him, you can say.
That's fine. If your heart is okay, I mean, I am just through your question, I'm also answering a lot of other questions that people would have in their minds, not able to word it properly. But if your heart is okay and if your heart feels light, then it's fine. Then you should not worry about what anyone is saying.
Actually, Guruma, what happened? It is in chain of command. What happened? Some feels ki they should be have. I would have been gone there. I should be part of that meeting, so that maybe this it can be a selfish, it can be selfless, whatever it is. But my presence is also required in that. Without informing me how this great event happened, why that I have not taken the credit of that. I am just assumption. It is my assumption, maybe. So I don't know, but I never thought about that. I have to go there left, right, and I have to not. I have to. Though I realized it is a one way of approach. Either I would gone through the hierarchy. Either.
Tell me one thing, Ajit. Would you still have helped the person if you would have gone through the chain of hierarchy? Would you still have been able to help?
Yes, definitely.
Then no conflict then. It's fine. The conflict is that if you knew that if I go through the chain, I will not be able to help this person.
I can.
Yeah, so either ways you help the person, it's fine, but there's always a learning. There is always a learning. If you feel disturbed by what happened, then there is a learning for you. Embrace that learning. Every act that you do, that's what I said. Karma, dharma, gyan is all related. If your actions are not giving you peace, then it means they did not have gyan in it. Gyan means learning. So there is a learning. There is a learning here for you. Embrace that learning.
Right.
Sunil
Thank
ji.
you.
Oh, Sachin was first. Sachin first आप आए थे, sorry. Mahadev.
When you answered the Saurabh's question about without the conduct and without dincharya, is there any point in going beyond chapter 5 and 6? Correct. And then when you said if the intention, if the bhav is there, then it's okay, slowly that both the things can go on, right? But whether it is chapter 5 or 6, or it is from the beginning, but don't you think the bhav is the first thing even to start anything? Because even to get the knowledge about, which is like first 3-4 chapters, where it is more about the gyan, what bhav we are taking gyan with? Is it to challenge the gyan, or is it to really embrace, or is it to really, what is it? Bhav. So bhav plays a role in even in the first, from the beginning actually, right? So if the bhav is there from the beginning, and bhav, and then that goes to a bhavna, right? Like last time you shared that bhavna, and then bhakti, and then it becomes the bhagya, right? So if the bhav is there from the beginning itself, then only a person has come to a chapter 5 or 6. Otherwise, in between, the person will drop out. We've seen so many people actually coming to satsang from in the beginning, and then they dropped. I think they never got an opportunity to reach till 5 or 6 chapter actually. Is it not because of the bhav in the beginning itself? It plays a role from the beginning itself, right?
Yes, and this is itself a transforming thought, which makes you a master of your perceptions, your organs of action and perception, is because if you remember in chapter 6, the first thing, the question that Arjun asks Krishna is that what happens to the spiritual aspirants who begin their journey and because of their unsteady mind, they drop it. Right? So in fact, all these questions Arjun is only asking Krishna for all of us in the future. That what happens to these people? Then further beyond what we will discuss today, his questions are getting more complicated. And Krishna is dividing people into two parts and saying that one is an attached yogi, one is an unattached yogi, one is a real yogi, one is a fake yogi. He is explaining everything word by word, clearing confusion. But yes, Arjun's surrendering to Krishna and talking to him about his inner emotion itself was a bhav. But
also, sorry.
But here, maybe, in victimhood, everybody likes to latch on to some higher guidance, correct? Arjun was in a state of victimhood. His life was a mess. So there was a probability that he latched on to Krishna as his go-to person because he wanted some instant support, because he was losing. After all, Arjun was smart enough that, oh, I don't want to lose the face in front of everyone. I am actually a powerful person. So let me latch on to Krishna and let me just get some quick remedy from him to win the battle. That could have also been one possibility. That is also bhav. That is also bhav. Because remember in the last to last satsang, I said intention is only what you know your intention. Nobody knows your intention, right?
But in that case, the person will not be able to reach till 5 or 6 chapter
Correct.
actually.
Yes.
maybe that one first and second chapter. So basically, the confusion about that somebody can go to chapter 6 or beyond chapter 6 without practices will be invalid, because the person who's coming till chapter 5 consistently, it is impossible not to have some practices being followed by that person, right? At least some practice.
Correct.
No? Okay.
That is why this is such a powerful scripture. And I'll tell you how it came from now after your question. And see, because after this chapter, in the third chapter, Krishna is talking about karma. So maybe a lot of people, they drop out when I start talking about karma. They say, oh, too difficult to understand. Pap is very difficult. Punya is very difficult. Can't do the processes. It's okay. So what they stick on to is, okay, the statement made was that it is okay to go into a state of victimhood. It's okay to be a victim. It's okay to have a go-to person. So whenever my life is in a mess, I will go for some astrology consultation and I will fix my life with some remedies. But I will not follow the third chapter where I have said karm karo, karm karo, karm karo. So they make their own derivation in their head. That spirituality is taking you away from karma. You understand what I'm saying? Their derivation is only wrong because they are only stuck there. Their ego is not breaking. Anybody who has gone to chapter 4 after understanding chapter 3 is a karma yogi. He will never say that spirituality is about not working. Krishna is asking Arjun to fight the war. I don't understand where the confusion is. Why people think that spirituality or following something or being on a righteous path means your success will slow down. So which actually means that your first 5 chapters understanding is all messed up. Chapter 1, victim. Okay, confusion, conflict, despondency, disappointment. Second is taking charge. Third is karma yogi. The first thing only, before talking about bhakti and all these great extra personified things, Krishna is very simply saying, don't run away from your karma, do your karma, do your work. Where is the confusion that spirituality will take you away from your work, away from the material world, will make you less successful? Spirituality is clarifying what is going wrong in your life because of which your karma is not responding well. Spirituality is giving you that one reason that you have asked yourself all these years that I'm working hard, I'm not getting success. I'm working hard, I'm not getting success. And then you say, bhagya kharab hai. Bhagya nahi kharab hai. Karam mein problem thi. So when spirituality is making you a karma yogi, how can you insult Krishna? How can you insult God by saying that if you are following the Bhagavad Gita or if you're following the Gyan, you are becoming less competent? And if someone is saying this, or if someone is running away from the processes, because processes is action, karma. If someone is running away from these processes, it means that they have tried to jump in their life, ignoring the importance of clean karma. If the, why, if the debate would have been so valid, if Krishna would have put bhakti in chapter 3, then I would answer your question by saying that, oh, what bhajans and what bhakti and what crying and what this, and why did Shanti cry? Why did Shweta give such a profound, sharing? Krishna has not done that. Krishna has talked about karma. So there is absolutely no debate. There is no question here that these things are making you less competent, or your life has slowed down, or being on the righteous path will not, is delaying your success. Krishna is cleaning your life. Okay? He's cleaning your life. And that's why anyone who believes in the power of action, and this is where I say some leaders talk, 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 talk. There is no scope of talking in Bhagavad Gita. Nowhere Krishna has said a leader should stand up and give big speeches. Krishna is saying, lead by example, walk the talk. That is enough. Okay, so anyone who wants to do a shortcut himself will never understand the power of how these chapters are placed in the first go.
So again, if you're talking about shortcut, which means again the bhav comes.
Yes.
The beginning itself is a problem.
Bhagya, you forget the beach wale bees now, Sachin.
Hmm.
Bhav is directly equal to bhagya. Now you forget the beach wale bees, bhavana and bhakti. Now you just make it short and crisp for all of us here. And what is your bhav is your bhagya. If you feel someone's bhagya is great, look at their bhav. If you feel someone is successful no matter what, someone is creating no matter what, someone is calm no matter what, someone is happy no matter what, look at their bhav. Okay, so this is so profound. This is so profound that, and I don't even know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe a lot of people here also feel that this is too heavy. Can't understand anything. Is there anyone here who can actually raise their hand and say that you're getting confused, this is not worth it, it has to be more simple? Is there anyone who feels that they're not understanding what I'm saying? Anyone?
I think only the people who directly coming to these chapters may have a little bit of this kind of a thought, but people who are there from chapter 1 onwards, like from the beginning, and part of it, I don't think for them there will be any confusion actually.
Yes, because I also feel somewhere that the reason why you are attending the satsang itself is defining your bhagya.
Absolutely.
That is itself your bhagya. Okay? Murli, I'm going to come to you today.
So the one more last, so is this a fair statement that people who are here and are a part of chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, everything actually, it is impossible that they must not have tried any of the practices.
Yeah.
Correct? And you say, may not be consistent, may not be able to do it religiously, but it is impossible that कि उन्होंने स्टार्ट नहीं किया होगी कभी या कुछ ट्राई नहीं किया हो एटलीस्ट, राइट?
Yes.
Because and I think that's, even if they tried, that's the reason why they're still here actually, right?
Yes. See, we've had testimonies. We've had testimonies, where even Joy has shared that he only started attending because you were attending. So when he looks up to you as a leader and he sees that you are doing something, okay, you're going to the gym, so your team is inspired to go to the gym. You become a vegetarian, your team is inspired to become a vegetarian. You keep a beard, everybody gets inspired to keep a beard like you. So when you attend satsang, everybody thinks that, and that is exactly what Joy shared. And then after that, maybe his reason of coming here was different, but today his journey is completely different. He's way past so many because he has understood the why of being here. And so many of us, I say that every month when we leave, that 1 month, so many changes happen in so many people's lives that they themselves say that, now I know why satsang came into my life. If hadn't it been for the satsang, I wouldn't be able to face this. Anuradha is a big example of this. So many of us have faced so much. But the perspective this detachment, the ease, the effortlessness of life, without even knowing, it has started happening because of these processes. That is why Krishna very early in this chapter says, find an asana for yourself. The asana should be this size. It should be a little above the floor. Krishna is very eager to put everybody in a state of yoga, because he knows that it is only this yoga which can bring oneness. Because the oneness comes into us, and then the oneness comes with God. Then the Atman and the Brahman come together. Okay? Okay, sir. Murli?
Pranam Guru Ma, Har Har Mahadev. First, thank you so much. And this is a gratitude for me, showing my gratefulness and all the gratitude to you. 9th of February was my last working day in my organization, and I feel very, very calm and peace now in my heart. You can't imagine how much I'm in peace. I know Johnny could not have been possible had you not been there. Probably because of you, I took a bigger step in my life. Had you not in my life, I would not have quit from my job. And after I left my organization, 3 of the top performers, they are quitting. It means the whole, my organization is collapsing, because those people, they, literally cried and hugged me that day. They told, we are putting down our people, paper. If you are not there, we are not there. So that was possible because of you, Ma. And I can't express how much I am relaxed actually. Nowadays, even though I'm practicing the surrender, still 100% I have to do. But I think I'm in the right path. And thank you so much for, being there for us and showing me. Because, when someone discussed about Bhagavad Gita, I always feel it because I read it from the age of 10. But after going through these things, I thought, probably this is my bhagya to meet you. And again, you explaining all these things. So it feel like, the song, and while you are expressing, I feel like, I am in a harmonious state. So, so much, thankfulness towards you. And my 2 cents, what you mentioned, probably, Sachin was also asking. Arjun asked the same thing in chapter 3. Karma Yoga, second verse. He told Krishna, you are confusing me. Vyami Sradama Bakkena, Buddhing Yosivame. You are sometimes telling Karma Yoga is more, sometimes telling Gyan Yoga is, best. But which one I will follow? I am confused. Then the third verse he has answered. Karma Yogena Sankhyanam, sorry, Jnana Yogena Sankhyanam, Karma Yogena Yoginam. If you are Sankhya Yogi, that is chapter 2, that is why it's so related. In Sankhya Yoga, if you are Sankhya Yogi, you follow Gyan. And if you are Karma Yogi, you follow Karma. That is why second is Sankhya, third is Karma, four is, Gyan Yoga, fifth is the introspection, and sixth is the sannyasi. So I think all these things are in a song actually, depending on which path someone is follows. But one thing is for sure that, okay, whichever the path they are following, so it all, leads to the same place where Krishna is.
But Murli, after some time, maybe for some people, chapter 3 is more interesting. For some people, chapter 2 is more interesting. For some, 4 is interesting, 5 is. But by chapter 6, you realize that all the chapters are converging.
Yes.
Which means that we are reconciling everything. Which means if you believe more in karma and Sachin believes more in gyan, okay, we will soon see that they are all interrelated in the right ratio.
Absolutely.
Okay? But it is so important before we go ahead to understand that there is no duality, no confusion, no illusion, no question, no conflict. Because Karma Yoga is a very important chapter in these times, especially Murli, because people think that spirituality means going away from karma. That, he's become spiritual, now he's going to leave everything. Now he's going to become complacent. It's not that at all. Because today's world cannot handle ease. Today's world is so used to panic. So any small thing happen, panic button. Any small thing happens, panic button. They cannot handle ease. They cannot handle effortlessness. It is impossible for us to visualize that Ram was going to exile the day he had to be crowned and he was smiling. Because today's Atmas, today's souls will say, oh, he should have fought. He should have cursed his dad that because of your bloody promise, I am having to go. It is unrelatable. You see? And that is why people often disregard a scripture. Today, I'm going to tell you where the scripture came from, and then you'll understand that what sin it is to disregard what is written by God himself. Okay? So, Murli, don't worry about anything. I'll just give you an example, Murli. I know you were going through a lot. You were in a panic state also, very anxious because it was your comfortable space, your job, doing well, whatever. But you know, if the grace is with you, he knows what he's doing. Don't doubt his timing. I'll just give you a very small example without taking any names. The person is obviously not here, but still. So this girl came to me about 20 days back and she said, I have to share something with you. She doesn't follow me much really. I was just, okay, right? Not very surrendered or something. So she said that she had a dream that she was in an airplane and somehow she started seeing me traveling with her. And she said it was the strangest thing because she doesn't have dreams, nothing. She saw me in her dream traveling with her on an airplane. And she said that I did a very strange tika to her in the airplane. Okay. That, you know, you just did a tika to me. And she said then suddenly some phone call was ringing and I was unable to click on that phone. And I was seeing that somebody is calling me. She knew the name of the person, but she says I was not able to click and I got that sleep paralysis. And I got cold absolutely. And she was shocked because one, she doesn't dream. Two, getting me in her dream without being so connected to me is impossible. A lot of you get me in your dreams, but I always say that that establishes the connection that you have with me. But she said, honestly, I had no idea why I would get you in the dream and then you're doing a tika and this. And then I just, because sadhana is going on, so I just told her, I said, there is some significance of this dream. Okay. And then I said that, who is this person's call that was coming to you? Okay. She did not tell me the name, but I knew that she knew the name. Anyhow, I said, it is a way of protection. You need protection. Something is going to happen and you need protection. And after telling her, I started praying to Mahadev that you have got me in that girl's dream and that girl is telling me, so which means that it is my dharma to protect her. It doesn't matter whether she is not connected to me, but it is your way of telling me that I need to protect her. I protected her. I gave her some protection threads, this, that, whatever I had to do, I did it with my utmost dharma. And just day before yesterday, she faced a situation in her life, which was not good. It was ugly. Okay. What I'm trying to say is, Murli, when something is happening, according to your 6x6 vision, it could be wrong. But God doesn't have a 6x6 vision. He knows your past births. He knows your future births. Let him do what he's doing. Okay?
Okay, ma.
Rejoice in this moment.
Thank you so much for being with me and always your blessings. Thank you so much.
Sunil.
Pranam Di and Har Har Mahadev.
Pranam Di.
Adi, I just want to go back to the conversation that Ajit had with you just now. And, I am looking at it from the perspective of an unaffected, consistent leader. And the gyan and the learnings that we are receiving from you. I would just like to give you my sharing of whatever happened there, because I feel that somewhere it is not only the intention, which was very good in his case, that he wanted to help some person to conduct a religious event, very good intention. The second part is your knowledge of the code of conduct, which you very rightly mentioned to him, that you have to know that the organization has a code of conduct. That means the process. So that means the means cannot justify the end every time. And the third thing is probably ego, right? The ego. At times, I mean, I have gone through it perhaps, and that's why I'm sharing this. You feel that if you do it, it'll be done. But if I follow the process, that thing may not be done. And that is why at times you circumvent the process. And which probably in an organization like the army doesn't work. And you have to follow the hierarchy and the chain of command. And I feel now, with all the learnings, that if my intention is good, I think things will happen because I am a drishta. And what I'm trying to actually do when I don't follow the process is I feel that I am the doer. कि मैं करूंगा तो हो जाएगा, but if I follow the process, it will not happen. So, so this is one aspect. I just wanted to say from my side. The other aspect is, yes, Deep.
Possibly. You're
Yes.
right. Can you raise your
And
hand?
yeah, so the एक छोटा सा point और था इसमें, that when I'm young in the organization, we've all made mistakes like these. When I'm young in the organization, probably I'm not aware of the code of conduct. In that case, if I made a mistake, the organization also understands that this guy is young, he's made a mistake. But I can always correct that by tendering a genuine apology. Right? And people know that your intention was good. And even when you're senior and you knew that this is the code of conduct, you can always tender a genuine apology. If you made a genuine mistake, I don't think there is anybody in the organization who will take it amiss. And one last thing, that if this is still troubling you, that means nishkasan pura nahi hua. This event is long gone past. निष्कासन हो चुका होना चाहिए इस समय तक, and he should be thinking of the next good thing that that he would like to do. So this is something that I picked up from all the learnings that you've given us earlier as well as today. So that's all that I wanted to share on that.
Sense, Ajit?
Rightly brought it, ma'am, by Janaswil. I would like to again bring that key. It was not that key to overrule someone and to ignore someone. It was basically the intent was, I never thought only that I had to go that way because that person has come to me directly to him. So I just escort him basically. That had never came in my mind that I should go like this. I directly went to that because he was about to go to meet him. That is all.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
even
so
though
understand how we have to handle these situations even in the leadership scenario. If now he has given his point of view, which is very justified because every organization, big or small, has a protocol. Okay. Now, if it had no intention and if the intention was only to accompany the person and connect him, whatever, this, that, then there should be no conflict in your mind. If there is a conflict, if there is a question, then rightly said, Nishkasan has not happened.
there is no question. There is no question. There is no conflict. In fact, everybody appreciated the event happened. It has come in newspaper. It is limelighted. The station commander has to come there.
Interested in the newspaper.
That was the mega event happened.
Listen, Ajit, you're not understanding the point. You're not understanding the point. Newspapers don't matter, rewards don't matter, recognitions don't matter.
I have not regret.
No,
I
no,
don't have any
say
regret.
that to yourself. Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak. Don't even say that to yourself. Because saying that to yourself is a form of justifying that whoever was upset with you were wrong. And if there was no question, if there was no conflict, you would not have brought it up on this platform. This shouldn't have been a question that you would have asked. You understand?
Understood.
What was the aim of that question then? Because the aim of that question was that you expected me to reply. You expected me to tell you that you did not do anything wrong and those people, they had an ego and they shouldn't have been upset with you. But that is not the case. When you are a master of, see, you are asking me this question while we are discussing chapter 6. You are not asking me this question while we are discussing chapter 1. If you would have asked me this question when we were discussing the chapter of victimhood, I would have answered this accordingly. If you would have asked me this question when we were discussing chapter 3, Karma Yoga, I would have answered it differently. You have asked me this question when we are discussing the chapter of self-mastery. And when I'm talking of self-mastery and you are giving me a situation that arose in your professional life, I will answer it according to what Krishna has said in this chapter. That if there is a confusion, if there is a question, if there is a conflict, if there is an illusion, then it means that you are a karta, you are not a drishta. Are you able to follow this much? ये क्वेश्चन ही नहीं आना चाहिए था ना फिर अजीत.
Why I brought this question, ma'am, when you were talking about the observer and the doer, you told they also follow the Dincharya and Ritucharya, but they have an ego. But as an observer, if you also follow, but you do with the different style. People look forward to you, yes. And that I can see that change. I was just discussing with you ki this event happened. So this has happened. Though I don't have any regret. Everybody appreciated it.
The way you put it across, okay, the choice of words also for a self-mastered individual is never regret, never justification, is never self-praise. You understand? Because I was only catching what you were speaking. And if a disciple is talking and a guru is listening, a guru will only catch the vibration. The guru will not catch the word. He will catch the vibration. Because usually your sharing is different. Today your sharing is different. So I'm only talking to you vis-a-vis that. You said clearly that some people were upset because you did not follow the hierarchy. You understand? That is what you said.
Yes.
So you go back and you listen to what you have shared and what was the bhav behind that. That bhav I caught and I answered your question.
Bhav was very pure, ma'am. It was not contaminated.
No, not the bhav then, the bhav while sharing with me. Not then.
Bhav, why I am sharing on this platform, I share everything with you. I just shared ki if I have done something with my pure heart, then why something happening, it is not disturbing me, it is disturbing them.
But then this is a chapter of self-mastery, not mastery over people. Why are we talking about them? We have to talk about ourselves.
So
ऐसे
I am happy with that.
धीरूभाई अंबानी ने बोला था कि भाई जब लोग आपकी बातें करनी शुरू कर दें तो समझ लो तुम सक्सेसफुल हो गए हो. This chapter is self-mastery. We have to focus on ourselves. If it's disturbing them, let the whole world be disturbed. People have been disturbed by Christ. People have been disturbed by Guru Nanak Dev Ji. They have been disturbed by Krishna. They have been disturbed by Prophet Muhammad. Let them be disturbed. हम कौन है? ये self mastery का chapter है अजीत. Let's focus on ourselves and not even think or talk or bring to this that, oh, people are disturbed with us. Let them be disturbed. Have we come to chapter 6 to talk about people? We have reached chapter 6 to master ourselves. And thanks to those people who have pushed us to be here till chapter 6. Because they are still victims. They are still in chapter 1 state only without Krishna. Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Understood.
You don't have to see, but all of you remember one thing. If you are talking in a way where you are establishing your credibility by talking about someone else in that same conversation, that is ego. If you're trying to tell me that, oh, everyone was having non-veg and I was the only one who was having veg, it is ego. So if you are talking, if you're sharing, share about yourself. The moment you start comparing yourself with someone, you're establishing a superiority over someone, you are in ego. Guruma, everyone was drinking, but I remembered your teaching. I was the only one who was not drinking. Ego. Why will you say this? I have taught you the 6th chapter. I have brought you into self-mastery. You know the results of being a mastered one. Why are we comparing ourselves to someone? Let me tell you a story with Ajit's. Ajit, relax. Understand, relax karo. You're a fantastic human being, but there is just something which breaks in us in every satsang. Allow that to break. Okay, so I'll tell you a story. Once, there is a diamond merchant and he's going to trade diamonds. And so he's traveling from one part of the city to the other in for his trading and everything. So on his way, he finds a donkey. And that donkey has his owner also walking. And that donkey, very strangely, he realizes that that donkey has a huge stone, a big stone tied on its neck. So, there's a big stone hanging on the donkey's neck. So this diamond trader, he just looks at the donkey and he takes a closer look and he's just amazed to see that it's not a stone. It's actually a huge diamond worth millions. And so he stops this donkey's owner and he says, what is this? So he says, nothing. I just wanted to identify my donkey amongst the other donkeys. So I just tied this. And now this diamond trader is very smart. He realizes that this diamond is worth millions. So he says that, you have to give this away because poor donkey, he'll have a cervical. You have put such a big stone in his neck. He'll have a cervical. You have to give it away. So So the donkey's owner says, okay, but I'm not going to give it away like that. I'll sell it. So this guy, the diamond trader, he says, okay, so you sell it to me. Okay. So that donkey's owner thinks a little bit and he says that, okay, I'll sell it to you, but I'm going to charge you for it. Huh? He says, okay, you charge me for it. He says, how much will you charge me for it? So he says, 10 rupees. I'll give this to you in 10 rupees. So from the inside, this diamond trader says, wow, 10 rupees. And that diamond is worth millions. And imagine the donkey's owner doesn't know the value of that. So he says, so this diamond trader says, okay, no, 10 rupees. I'll give you 6 rupees for this. So that donkey's owner says, no, 6 rupees, no way. I'm not going to give you in 6 rupees. He starts walking with the donkey. Now that diamond trader is thinking that, you know how when we bargain things, we start walking and we expect people to call us back and say that, okay, you take it. You know, that's how you bargain in markets, right? So that diamond trader had an expectation that this donkey's owner is going to come back and say that, okay, you take it in 6 rupees, but he doesn't come back. He keeps walking till this guy can't see him also. And then this diamond trader, he kind of panics. And he runs after this donkey. And he said, okay, done, 8 rupees. Okay, I'll give you 8 rupees. You give me this stone. And then when he's just saying this, he realizes the stone is gone. So he says, where is the stone? He says, I sold it. And I sold it for, you know how much? You know how much I got for that stone where you were giving me 6 rupees? He says, how much? He said, I sold it for 15 rupees. So that diamond trader gets so angry. He says, what? You sold a stone of millions only in 15 rupees? You're such an idiot. He says, okay, I'm an idiot, but you are a bigger idiot because you left that stone only for 4 rupees. I had asked you for 10 rupees. You left it only for 4 rupees. So you are a bigger idiot. I still didn't know what it is. But you knew what it is, no? And you still left it only for 4 rupees. So who's a bigger idiot? So this story is so apt for chapter 6. The souls who are listening to this chapter 6 should know the value of Bhagavad Gita. Don't be a bigger idiot like this diamond trader. Know the value of this, what you're getting. You understand, Ajit? So who are you in the story?
Who is along with the donkey?
I don't know. I don't know. The diamond trader or the donkey himself. I don't know. You guys decide. Okay, so just relax and just take a deep dive. Chapter 6 is about a deep dive. It's not about understanding. It's a deep dive. It's bhakti. Okay? Yes, Saurabh.
Dee, this is something I wanted to just ratify with you. Conflict is always internal. Conflict is not external. It will always be internal. How I use my my understanding of Satya, my understanding of Dharma, my understanding of being a Drishta is what will enable me to take a third party view or an outside view of any situation and resolve the conflict, whether it is mine or it is someone else's. Conflict is always internal. So unknotting my internal feelings towards the conflict with the gyan I have today, with my understanding of Satya will be the only way forward. There is nothing right and wrong in the world. Situations will come, some things will be positive, some things will be negative. I have to interact with them and I have to resolve my conflicts in my head to move forward. I will go with what I understand of my dharma, my satya, and my karma, resolving these conflicts. Until this time that I'm with the gyan that is coming to me, I should be on the right path and not create bad karma for myself or the people around me. Is that right?
But again, I want you to now abolish this word called bad karma. There is no bad karma, good karma.
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay.
But create positive energy around me, create positive environments around me where there is a more happiness around people, where there is less conflict. Right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
The Sattva Bhava. This is the Sattva element, the high quality life.
Yeah, yeah.
ठीक है?
Thank you.
Nishat.
Har Har Mahadev, Pranam Di. Thank you. Thank you so much of gratitude, blessings Di. I see my life right now into two parts. One before satsang, and now after starting satsang, getting the learnings, everything. So when it comes to bhav, definitely my bhav was very different before satsang. But now from the learnings, like I know this is the bhav that is needed for me to be in sattva. Right? So the awareness, acceptance is there. But when it comes to action, I don't know, because of my old self or something, there is still gap. Like in certain actions, there will be jealousy or comparison or something. So doing practices or feeling sad, all this, or can be anger, vices. Doing practices regularly will change that.
Yes, because Karma Yoga, now you can understand that there is a bhav, the intention is to live a happy life, intention is to also get rid of your bad habits, bad emotions, etc., etc. But sometimes it might not be that easy. That is why the chapter 3 Karma Yoga tells you about the processes also. Not action doesn't necessarily mean that Krishna is telling Arjun to go and fight the war, or I am going to tell you go and take your plans or go and cook food. That is also a part of action. But what Krishna is also trying to tell you is that your actions also include a lot of spiritual processes. Okay? Because you see, this is not something which has just happened to you in the past 20 years or 10 years or 30 years, right?
Yes.
That's why you all come up with things like, I really want to do it, but I'm not able to do it. That sense of frustration comes that I know I'm doing wrong. I know this is wrong for me, this is wrong for my people, this is wrong for my family, but I'm still not able to control it. That frustration comes from inside. That itself is an indication that it has become it is a part of your permanent balance sheet, your prarabdha. So they start loosening, like for example, Nishat, if there are some knots and I ask you to open the knots, and they're very tight. But if I say, okay, calm yourself down, and every day in the morning, 20 minutes, you start loosening the knots. Okay? Slowly the knots will loose. So one knot will open, but still there are many knots. So one knot will open, then two knots will open. And then finally you reach a point where all the other knots will automatically just open. There is no effort for you to open that knot. Have you ever noticed it when when mothers used to knit?
Yes.
When you're knitting, then often you have many knots that start forming, right?
Yes.
So they have a technique of opening that knot. So this technique is the processes.
Yes.
So everything should go hand in hand. Your karma yoga, your bhakti yoga, your dhyan, your meditation, your processes, your learnings, everything should go hand in hand. See, you are looking at your life right now, which is maybe just business, your children in college, then you're thinking about next 5 years, it has to be their marriage. You have a very limited vision.
Yes.
And knowing that you don't even know what is going to happen tomorrow. That also you know.
Yes.
But obviously, there is a larger perspective, which is God, which is actually preparing you because he's already prepared the road. He's just preparing you to walk on that road. He's already prepared the road. He's just preparing you. Okay.
So that relates to what you just shared some time ago, getting anxious. You were talking about that. Yes.
There is someone called JC who has just messaged, but I first want you that please enter your code. This is not how we come on Zoom. You must have got a code. Please have that code on your screen. So your question is, it's my first time. Can someone summarize the processes? The processes cannot be summarized. You can learn them slowly in every satsang. Okay. The processes are pranayam and dhyan, which I keep teaching. So you can learn it in every satsang. But please, JC, that's you. Please put your code. There is a code that you have that is being sent to you on your email. If you see the others, see there's Lian Stat Feb 24001, right? So that's the kind of code that you need to put on your screen. Okay. You want to unmute yourself?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So put that code on and take the learnings because it is God's will that you have joined today. Keep taking the learnings, keep writing important things and processes you will learn slowly.
All right, I'll add my code.
Yeah, just add that code. See, the intention here is that if you have joined today, there is definitely something that you need to hear. Okay, some part of your life gets sorted, some part of your life gets enhanced, some issues get automatically resolved, and there can be some things which just go above your head, JC, because maybe you don't relate to those words or they're a little new to you. Okay, but just relax. I'm sure there is so much of universal vibration in the satsang that you will understand what it is about without understanding a few technical words in this. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, Lian.
Good morning, Guru. Namaste. Namaste, everyone.
With this Om thing, it's looking so nice.
Yes, Guru Ma. It is Om and Lotus also.
Oh God, so nice.
Yeah, today I wear the praying dress for Satsang translation. Guru Ma, I shared with you by the message already, so I intend not to share today, but I think it is not to be selfish. I have to share this testimonial, and so that even those who start the journey with satsang can practice more, and then they may have some amazing and miracle results ahead. In fact, I practiced for some years for not crying, but now I want to cry with you because it is a lot of bliss for me for the journey of more than 2 years with satsang. First, I want to say thank you to Granaplai Sachin. He has the guru, and then he can talk to you and ask for your permission to have in English satsang for us. if it is only in Hindi, so all of Vietnamese people and myself cannot attend. And after 2 years, I can say I gradually can have some gyan and some, even the surrender inside me becomes something I cannot explain in words. Until the last chapter, when you talk about bhakti, and for what I can translate for Vietnamese people, bhakti is something cannot be translated. It is only can be felt or can be felt or can be experienced. We can translate gyan or knowledge for some process or some of the knowledge you tell us from the script from Krishna and Arjuna story. But for bhakti, I cannot translate totally to them. But I follow 100% what you told us to do from the beginning. And the more with the journey, I found that it is not easy at the beginning to accept that we are nothing and we are only the instrument of the God. But gradually, in some months, in fact, more than 1 year already, I do the review of any brief recap of satsang for 10 or 15 minutes for Vietnamese people to practice every month. Sometimes I was so tired and sleepy. It was 1 or 2 a.m. already. But I found that it is the mission, the task that God and Guru want me to do, and that's why I keep sitting very late and review. And sometimes when I review something and then I cry because I feel that so how luck we have Guru in life to translate all of the messages into our language, and then we can understand and do the practice. And you know, Tet holiday, the lunar Tet holiday for Vietnamese people is very special case. And we did the process you instruct us to do by the 31st of December. I did that again with the team. And when I finish the process, and then I do praying, and then I do meditation. And when it was about 2 a.m., and a lot of things break into my eyes. It is like the third eyes open or something. I don't know how to express that. Because do you know this Tet holiday, I only pray that, dear God, I just pray for the health and the peace inside me. And I totally 100% surrender to you. And please tell me what I should do. I am thus your instrument. It is only my praying. And then at 2 a.m., something happened. It is like what you always tell in the meditation, the light from the heart and the light from the mind. And I got some lesson from God or from somebody else, as what I told you. And in fact, I got that lesson 12 years ago. But then I want to escape from that. I asked my guru that time because I was taught in about 1 year, but I didn't understand. And my guru said that it is not the right time for you to understand this. So stop sitting for meditation like that. One day, when you are the pure soul, you can understand the lesson and then you can do what was asked. So for more than 1 decade, I escaped from that until I met you and satsang. And then I just practice pranayam and mudra and learn from what process you told us to do and serve from my heart to the team. Sometimes I have to ask the God, so I don't need so much money, millions of US dollars. So why you put me in such big business? So what I should do with such big role for a big group of people? So I had no answer. But then I learned the induction from Grand Applied Sachin, and he told about the mission, about the reason of living. And I keep looking for my reason of living and reason of being in this business. And then I learned from him a lot for the sacrifice and for the for everything he did in the principle. And he's very disciplined and consistent. I learned from the way he did the business. He does the business consistently, and also learn satsang and practice satsang consistently, praying consistently, do pranayam and do gym and anything consistently. And then I only duplicate from him. And one day, from the beginning of this year, I can understand, I can feel the bhakti that you say in chapter 6. And it is only the love, and I can see how Gyan made me so egoism, but only with bhakti we become nothing, and I become nothing, zero to God and Guru. And from now on, I understand why I stay here, and also I understand why I can go to India to meet you. You know, God gave me too many things rather than what I deserve to have. I pray for anything, and then that become true. I pray even something for my family, for my parents, for my children, everything become true. Only for the rank, God doesn't give me. The money, God doesn't give me so much more, because He say it's enough for you. For the spiritual growth, focus on serving for Siva. Thus do the Siva, and everything become better. And I know that why God appoints me to be the translator, to be the surrender, and to be the one who can give the message from Guru to a lot of Vietnamese people. And it is my fortune, and it is my place. Thank you so much, Guru. I just want to go to India to hug you now. And also I want to hug Grandma Sachi. Without him, I cannot meet you. And also my Guru passed away already. And he said, you are my Guru now. You can continue what he taught me. And then you can conduct me and also many Vietnamese people further in the spiritual journey. So thank you very much from my heart. And on behalf of a lot of Vietnamese people, more than 400 or sometimes 500 people practice pranayam every morning and every night. Even during Satsang day, we still do practice morning and night. And I'm on behalf of them. Thank you very much, Guru. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lian, and thank you to your Guru. And I pay all my respect to your Guru. Allowed me to lead you further ahead from here. Believe me, it is too much responsibility, but I'm so happy. My organs of action and organs of perception seem so purified right now after hearing you. You have purified them even further. Thank you. Thank you so much. Vietnam 304. I think she just went away. Vietnam 304.
Người Việt Nam 304.
Xin cảm ơn Liễu Nguyên. Xin cảm ơn Guru. Xin cảm ơn Liễu Nguyên sẽ dịch lại. Những lời xin cảm ơn Guru và cảm ơn Liễu Nguyên và cảm ơn anh Satsatng để dẫn tôi được đến với satsang này. Một điều xúc động và một cái sự bình an với cái hoàn cảnh điều kiện của tôi, nếu không phải là những người tin và học satsang một cách nghiêm túc.
Xin cảm ơn Guru Ma rất nhiều. Cảm ơn Grandabla Satsatng, cảm ơn chị Bích Liên. Vì với một người như tôi thì một hoàn cảnh như vậy để tôi thực hành được thì thật sự không hề dễ dàng chút nào.
Sau kỳ satsang vừa rồi, khi Guru dạy về Sakti là chúng ta không gì cả, và tôi cũng được học ở trong pháp kinh của Phật, nếu mà chúng ta cố chấp, chúng ta không buông xả thì chúng ta sẽ gặp vô cùng cái nghiệp mà sẽ cộng nghiệp. Và cái điều đó tạo cho tôi một cái niềm tin vô cùng vững chắc, và tôi thấy một cái điểm sáng ở đây. Cái điều này đã giúp cho tôi cảm thấy hạnh phúc, mặc dù những cái vấn đề khác về tài chính là tôi đang khó khăn.
She say from the beginning that she want to thank you, Guruma, Grand Apply Sachin, and Apply Biglean for all of the support and sharing and teaching. And she has she has to suffer a lot of financial issues, and she learns from Buddhist philosophy that it is because of karma. And if she doesn't do anything for karma, so she cannot overcome all of the situation.
Trước đây khi mà chưa học về sách xăng thì tôi sai rất nhiều về cái đồng tiền, vì sử dụng đồng tiền và sử dụng không đúng mục đích, mặc dù cái điều đó mình vô vì lợi, sẵn sàng giúp người khác, nhưng ngược lại mang lại cho tôi một cái rất là nặng nề về hệ quả.
Because learning satsang, I didn't know how to use money and how to. I mean, when I have money, what to do with that? So I do the conduct with money wrongly. So that instead of trying to make money, and then I have a lot of bad results with the money issues.
Và nếu không được guru dẫn dắt, chắc có lẽ là tôi cũng làm cho cái nghiệp của mình nó tăng lên. Khi nghĩ là cái điều đó là tiền bạc của mình cho họ mượn và mượn với một cái sự giúp đỡ vô vì lợi, thì tại sao họ lại không trả cho mình, họ gây cho mình khó khăn. Nhưng mà sau khi hiểu được và hiểu được Sakti, tại sao mình lại như vậy, nên tôi cảm thấy bình an trong một cái điều mà mình cảm thấy là mình may mắn khi mình được guru dẫn dắt để mình thoát ra khỏi cái cách mà mình không phải tiếp tục phải chấp nhận trong cái thời gian đấy.
Before learning satsang, I complain people who didn't give me money, why they take money from me. But with satsang, I feel peaceful. I understand why, I understand my karma, and for that, I can feel much better. Even feel grateful for all of the situation I have with money.
With satsang, I feel peaceful. I understand why, I understand my karma, and for that, I can feel much better. Even feel grateful for all of the situation I have with money. With satsang, I feel peaceful.
Chị cứ nói tiếp đi ạ. Chị tắt bớt cái mic bên chị đi, chị Nguyễn Lê. Sorry, she used the translation app also. I asked her to turn off.
Chị tắt cái mic bên chị đi, chị Nguyễn Lê.
Chị tắt cái mic ở cái loa bên chị ạ, trên cái điện thoại của chị.
Trong mối quan hệ, nếu không được học satsang và không học được Sakti, thì có lẽ là trong hàng ngày luôn và ngay trong Tết này thì tôi cũng sẽ gặp những cái phiền toái từ gia đình, từ các anh em của mình.
If I don't have the lesson from satsang from you, Guru, and also don't understand anything about Shakti or Lakshmi, and then this state holiday, I would face a lot of problems with my family and my siblings also.
Khi mà các em chưa có niềm tin về Phật Pháp và các em cũng không có hiểu, không có học và là luôn luôn hoài nghi. Và như từ lần ngày trước, cái sự cảm xúc và cái sự chủ động, chủ đích đó, khi mà mình được đồng nhất với nhau thì tôi thấy là một cái điều vô cùng hạnh phúc và may mắn. Trong những ngày Tết, vì mẹ tôi đã già rồi, 93 tuổi, nên em phải cố gắng để về với mẹ. Sau khi hết Tết đó, thì các em đi về thì cho mình quá gian. Trong mặc dù xe rộng, nhưng mà em nó không sao, nó không muốn cho mình đi. Nó nói là con nó phải nằm một bên. Và tôi cảm thấy vui vẻ, soạn đồ cho em đi và soạn đồ ở lại. Thì tự nhiên cái bất ngờ cái nhà xe nó đổi một cái xe lớn lên. Và nó cũng nói là cái nhà xe đổi lớn, nhưng mà người chủ của vợ nó đi nên mình cũng đi được. Mà tôi cũng rất là thản nhiên, rất là vui vẻ. Thôi ở lại là một cái chuyện khác, giúp cho một người em khác. Thì có một em nó chạy ra, nó coi xe, nó nói là xe này rộng mà, để chị đi được, tại sao lại không cho chị đi, để ngày mai chị đi xe ngoài khó khăn hơn. Vừa khó khăn về tài chính và vừa khó khăn về cái phương tiện ngày Tết. Thế là cái chủ xe nó kêu không đi được mà, đi được mà. Thế là đi một cách nhẹ nhàng. Đúng lúc là cái chủ đích của mình là mình chấp nhận, và mình vui vẻ, không có hề một cái gì là số xe rộng mà em không cho chị đi, thế này kia, không, hoàn toàn. Và tôi cảm thấy cái điều đó phải chăng là Guru đã hộ niệm mình để cho mình những cái điều mình không hề mong cầu, nhưng cái suy nghĩ mình tốt, mình không làm cái gì cả, nếu không được thì thôi, mình ở lại trường nào mình cũng sẽ tự chấp nhận, và cái điều hạnh phúc đến với mình.
She said that her mother was her mother is 93 years old now, and during that holiday, she has to come back to the hometown to visit the mother, and together some of the siblings also came there. But when the Tet finished, and then they came back to the city for work, and then the brother didn't allow her to go with her, because the private car, they have the kids there, and then they say, no, you cannot go with me. And then she asked for another limousine or car to go with them to the city, and they still not allow her to go. And she feel peaceful. She say, okay, maybe I can stay here to do something more. It's God's idea. So she feel happy to stay at home with mother one day more. But then the other sister see that, and then she say, why? The car is still big enough, have a space for her. So why don't allow my sister to go with you? And then the service, the car of the service allow her to go. And then she say that, oh, because of the happiness inside me. And no blaming, no complaint, anything. And then God give me good chance to experience another thing. So it is the surrender. Make her having good feeling.
Yes, yes, it is.
Và một điều nữa là tôi đang bệnh, khi mẹ đang bị cảm thì về nằm chung với mẹ bị lây. Và tôi bị bệnh thì tôi không hề uống thuốc, và tôi vẫn có cái niềm tin rất lớn là tôi cầu nguyện là Guru, cầu nguyện God sẽ hồi niệm cho tôi. Và đúng là tôi chưa uống thuốc gì cả, tôi chỉ xịt cái họng, uống một vài cái chút về cái dược liệu từ dược thảo thôi, và tôi thấy cái điều đó nó hoàn toàn đúng. Và cái niềm tin của tôi đối với lại Satsang, nó có một cái niềm tin tuyệt đối từ ngày học. Và dù có khó khăn cách mấy, tôi cũng phải phấn đấu để có mặt trong tất cả các Satsang, không thể bỏ cái Satsang nào. Vì cái đó nó như là hòa vào ở trong tâm tôi, khi mà tôi bắt gặp được những con đường, nghe những cái bài pháp của thầy dạy, và những cái bài của Guru dạy, thì tôi thấy đó là một. Và cái niềm tin nó làm cho tôi rất lớn lên, và tôi rất là bình an. Và xin một lần nữa xin biết ơn Guru, biết ơn Luyện Nguyên, biết ơn năng lượng của cả nhà, và tôi bình an và tôi hạnh phúc ở đây. Dạ, xin chúc cả nhà một mùa sắc sang vô cùng hạnh phúc.
Yeah, she said that she 100% trust and have a surrender in satsang since the beginning, and even she getting the cold flu from the mother, but she didn't take any medicine, but only praying, and she 100% believe that God and Guru give her energy for healing, and then everything better. So she say that with the trust and the surrender with the satsang with Guru, she always arrange everything to attend any satsang, and she believes satsang bring her happiness, and also the people here, and have best wishes for all the people to attend satsang today. Thank you so much, Guru and everyone.
Thank you so much, and I'm sending you lots of blessings and lots of love. Okay, and you know, Lian, sometimes people do tell me that when are you going to do a Hindi satsang, because you know, the shastras and the ancient guidances, there are some very powerful Hindi words in that. But you know, today I'm feeling that the ease with which you say the Hindi words like Bhakti and Krishna and Arjun, I think my effort of translating these scriptures into English is nothing compared to the effort that you all put in. It's nothing. Vietnam, the innocence, the purity with which, the effort that you put in, there are translations going on, there is AI going on, there are some people on YouTube, then there is you reiterating the satsang, then practicing. I will just say that from my heart, I just want all of you to be very happy, healthy, and very successful. It is every guru's pride to have disciples like yourselves. So my effort is all justified because how you pronounce these Hindi words makes me so happy. Thank you. Yes, Yash.
Pranam Guru.
Pranam, khush raho.
To start with, Ma, thank you so much for everything. Ma, the sadhana has been going so far all right only, Ma. And Ma, in terms of what I wanted to discuss was, Ma, that everything that I do, Ma, my analogy of understanding it in terms of understanding what you're saying is in form of river and ocean. So when we talk about the river, the stability of the river and the way it keeps on moving, in my head, I'm trying to compare it with Shiva being the stability and Shakti being the movement of the river. In my head, I think like that. And the ultimate purpose being to reach the ocean. So my point is, as a leader, I feel that my first responsibility is to try to be that river first, Ma.
We are all rivers.
To lead myself.
We are rivers. It's just that the river does not know which direction to flow in so that it can meet the ocean fast. We are all rivers, but we have all lost direction. And that's why that little river goes into the desert and its identity gets lost. So if we are all rivers and if we are all on the righteous path, we have a guru, we have Gyan with us, we have God's grace with us, then we will never delay our meeting the ocean. And that is why we are taking births one after the other, because we are unable to meet the ocean, the Atman and the Brahman. We are not able to meet. That oneness is not happening. And that is why we have to keep taking births one after the other. And that's why I say this meeting the ocean is only possible in human birth, not in any other birth. So don't waste this life. So you don't become the river, you are the river. But you've lost the direction.
Yes,
okay. And the ocean is the Brahman. And that is your destination. And you cannot reach there without getting transformed. So the sun is the guru. That was the moral of the story I left you with last time.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so now we'll go a little bit deeper, and because I have to establish the sanctity of the ancient scriptures, so I need to take you back a little bit and I need to give you guys some knowledge that you should have. Now, every religion has some holy books, okay? And these holy books, as we say, every religion has these holy books, and these holy books are called the books of authority. Okay. Now, we all know, any religion we belong to, we know there are books of authority. Okay. For the Islam religion, we know the book of authority is the Quran Sharif. Okay. For the Sikhs, we know there is a Guru Granth Sahib. So every religion has some books of authority. These are the holy books. Now, understand what I'm saying, and then you'll be able to also understand the sanctity and the sacred space that we are all in. Now, there are some people who Krishna describes in the chapter 6 who have a first-hand experience of God. Okay, they have a first-hand experience of God. Not necessarily they are well read, but they have a first-hand experience of God, and they are referred to as the Rishi or the Guru. So whenever you hear the terminology Rishi or you hear the terminology Guru, these are people who have had their first-hand experiences with God, okay, and they wish to celebrate that experience with people. They wish to celebrate that experience. Now, one part is, I have read the holy book and I am narrating that book to you. And one is that I have had a first-hand experience of God and I am celebrating that experience with you. These are two different things. So which means that if somebody has not even read a book, but he has had that first-hand experience of God, he has actually experienced what is written in the book. Are you able to understand? That is why in India, you know that there is a saint, he is blind since birth, but he knows the Ramayana by each word, by each line. How is that possible? He doesn't have eyes to read anything because he's had a first-hand experience of God. So Krishna has described this as a rishi or a guru who celebrate their experience of God, and in a way they are teaching you what is written in the book. Sometimes they have read, sometimes they have not read also. Okay? And these books are celebrated scriptures. Now, how have they come? So let me give you a little bit of a background. Now, when we are talking about the books of authority, now this is something we all should know. So please, as disciples and as beings on a spiritual path, this much you all should know. Okay. So there are these books of authority. There are a few which are called the primary books of authority, and there are a few which are called the secondary books of authority. Some are of utmost importance and some are not that important. So these books of authority are of two types, primary and secondary. Now, these books of authority are so important to us. Every religion's treasure is the book of authority. Now, there was a religion that really suffered because one king destroyed all the books, burnt all the books of that religion. Any idea who the king was and what this religion was? Anyone? Alexander destroyed all the books. There is not even any book available today. He destroyed all the authentic books of authority of the Zoroastrian religion, which is the Parsi religion. One fine day, he just thought he is powerful enough and he destroyed them. Same thing happened in the Nalanda University. So many scriptures and so many books of authority were destroyed. So this is a treasure. And when a guru comes into your life, when a rishi comes into your life, he starts giving you first-hand information and first-hand celebrative experiences from these scriptures. It's a very big thing, I think. Is it something very small that just keeps happening to you right now and then? No. It's a very sacred thing. Now let's talk about the primary scriptures first. That what are these primary books of authority, these primary scriptures that we talk about? These primary scriptures are divided into two parts. One is the Shruti and one is the Smriti. Okay? The Shruti and the Smriti. What does the word Shruti mean? Shruti means Shrutva, means something which is heard. Shrutva means sunna. Shruti means these scriptures have to be heard. Now, there are many interpretations of this. What does it mean by these scriptures have to be heard? One way of looking at it is that from generations to generations, they have been heard and they have been passed on. They have been heard and they have been passed on. So one sage heard from the other sage, passed it on to his disciples, then those disciples passed it on as a book of authority. So Shruti is something which is heard and passed on from one generation to the other. The other way of looking at it is more deep. Shruti is when you are in a state of silence and you hear them from your own inner self. Where I say, that you become silent, you will hear your own voice. So the first set of primary scriptures is Shruti. Something that you need to hear. Your soul has been suffering and it needs to hear something which can pacify it. Sometimes you're in a state where somebody needs to hear you out and you need to hear them back and they will validate you. On a more mundane level, on a more laymanish level, I can say that is the example you can take. Shruti is, now that is something what your situation needs, what your mind needs, okay? You have messed up and you need someone's validation to say something, all that on the mundane level. But look at your soul. Your soul is suffering and it needs to hear something very profound from the books of authority, from these scriptures, through the mouth of a guru, through the mouth of a rishi, for your soul to get pacified, for your answers to come. For all your answers to come, you need to hear these books of authority. And that is the first part, and that is called Shruti. Okay? What we can hear is called Shruti. What we can hear. Sometimes maybe you are born deaf. Still Shruti will work for you. Shruti necessarily does not mean your physical ears. Shruti means the inner voice. Okay? Now Shruti has 4 Vedas. Shruti, now if you're making those tables and those flow charts, now under Shruti comes your 4 Vedas. The Rig Veda, the Sama Veda, the Yajur Veda, and the Atharva Veda. So these 4 Vedas, which are the books of authority of humanity. Vedas is humanity. Veda is no religion. Because for Vedas, we say that we don't know who wrote them. They were always existing. So these are books of authority of humanity. And from here, all the religions, they made their own texts. So under this Shruti, the primary books of authority comes the 4 Vedas, the Rig Veda, the Sama Veda, the Yajur Veda, and the Atharva Veda. Now these 4 Vedas are divided into few parts. Very important for you to know before you go into self-mastery, because what are you mastering also you should know. Now, all the Vedas, whether we are talking of the Rig Veda, the Atharva Veda, the Yajur Veda, anything, they are divided into a few parts. The earlier part of every Veda is called Samhita. Samhita. The earlier part of every Veda, like you pick up a Rig Veda, the earlier part of that book is going to be called Samhita. You pick up the Yajur Veda, the earlier part of that book is going to be called Samhita. You pick up the Sama Veda, the earlier part is going to be called the Samhita. A lot of people say, to me that, Dee, when will you start teaching us Vedas? Like, this is that. At least know the basics first. Now, what is this earlier part including? The earlier part of every Veda, which is called Samhita, includes hymns. Hymns means songs, sacred songs. Now, why are Samhitas sung? Now, these are essentially very poetic. They are hymns, they are sung. Why are they sung? And what are they singing? So the earlier tribes or the rishis or the saints, they personified the forces of nature. They were very smart. They personified the forces of nature. So they are singing hymns in praises of the Lord of wind, the Lord of fire, the Lord of rain, the Lord of wind, the Lord of mountains, the Lord of rivers. So if you pick up any Veda, you won't find God. There are no God. They have personified the forces of nature. Personification of the forces of nature means there are forces of nature. There is a fire, there's a wind, there's water, there's space, there's fire. So they have personified it, means they have made it into a person. And they are singing in praise of these forces of nature. Why? Because they are very intelligent people. Because they know that as long as these natural forces are in my control, I will be sorted. So they know this. They're very knowledgeable people. So before, in the first part of every Veda, you will see this. Personification of the gods of nature. That is why, if you've heard the earlier stories, Tansen used to sing some particular raga and it used to start raining. If there was famine, they would sing a few hymns and it would start raining. If there is a wedding in your family, certain hymns are sung, certain chants are done to appease the forces of nature, that the fire god should be limited in that Havan Kund, he should not go out of control. It should not rain heavily and destroy your wedding. So in your BI, we did a big puja with all the core people. Why did we do that? So that the forces of nature are with us and they don't disturb us. They help us in the success of our endeavor. This is Samhita. Okay. So the Vedas have given importance to Samhita, that if the forces of nature are happy, if they are glorified, if they are personified, then they will never disturb us. Everything will go in our favor. Sometimes you would have seen that it's raining, and you're getting very stressed and there is an event to happen. And then 2 hours before your event, the rain stops. It means that the forces of nature are with you. Okay. And that's a part of Samhita. So you should know that what we are doing. Why do we pray before every event? And some people think, it's not cool to pray. It's just a thing, Well, what if you're having a big event and there's a short circuit? Somebody gets hurt. What if all of this happens? So the Vedas, these authentic books of authority, have mentioned Samhita, which is appeasing the forces of nature so that they support you in everything. The second part of Vedas is called liturgy. Now, liturgy is how. So this is the second part of every Veda, and this is more like, how do you do it? It's like saying that, okay, so, you're getting married, you have sung hymns, the fire god is there in front of you, everything is okay, and now the bride and the groom are told, now you have to go around the fire. Then while you're walking, you have to drop some flowers. Which hand you should use for dropping the flower? A priest comes to your house, he's doing some form of Shuddhikaran or something, then he will tell you, you sit like this. Okay, take some rice in your hand, then drop it. Every time he will say Swaha, then you drop it. All these things, it comes under liturgy, which means the process. How? Take a full round, take a half round, now stop. All of this is Karm Kand. This is called liturgy, how to do it. So the second part of every, I think here, anyone who belongs to Islam, Saeed is here. I think even Bijoy can tell us that if church also follows the same pattern. Yes, Bijoy has already written. He says, Pranamdi, the mass in church follows the same pattern. So that's why I'm saying that Vedas are authentic books of humanity, from where all the religions have picked up their protocol. Okay? So this is the process. This is how you do it. And the third thing, which is, according to me, the most important thing and the most important part of the Vedas, the third part is called Aranyak. 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 This is called the heart of the Vedas. It's the heart of the Vedas, which means that Aranyak means little bit of isolation. Aranyak means being alone in isolation in a forest. This is the most important part. Now, the first two parts, any Pandit can do, any prophet can do, anyone can do the first two parts, because it's chanting a few things. So have you, by the way, a lot of you would have come across a lot of priests in the temples who know how to chant the mantras. Okay, but that's all they know. That's all they know. They will just make you do this, that, but we know that they are zero on that depth that we need. They are zero on spirituality. They only know how to chant the hymns. They only know that they will tell us the process. That too, the process is wrong. In fact, there are so many times where I go and I see the priests talking nonsense. They don't even know how to make the swastik symbol correctly. Okay. So the part which is to do with hymns and the part which is to do with Karm Kand and, don't offer this, that, a lot of people do. The third part is the heart of the Vedas, the Aranyak. And for this, one needs isolation. And what do I mean by isolation? I mean, you need your space. It's almost like going into a forest and experiencing something on your own. Imagine you're lost in a forest, no signs. You have to figure out things on your own, right? You have to get the way out. You have to watch the sun. You have to know where the sun comes from. So this should be the east, this, that. It's like an isolated space in a forest. And this is the heart of the Vedas. And if now the point I'm trying to make is, what stage are we at? I don't care about the first two stages. You don't know how to chant? Absolutely okay. You don't know how to sit in a temple, which hand to use, this, that, absolutely okay. Because the heart of the Vedas is Aranyak. And Aranyak includes the Upanishads. So this part, the third part of the Vedas, includes the Upanishads. What is Upanishad? Now, Upanishad, the word, let's just break it up and see. Upanishad. Come, I will destroy your illusion. Come. Nishad, I will destroy your illusion. Upanishad means, come to me, I will destroy all your illusions. Which means, why I'm telling you now is because you are entering into chapter 6. And you must understand the need of understanding Upanishads, which is a part of the primary scriptures, the primary books of authority. Come, I will destroy your illusion. And what is the illusion? Of the nature of reality. What is the illusion? The nature of reality. Because till now, you thought reality was different, but the Upanishads come into your life. This Aranyak comes into your life in the form of Upanishads to destroy your nature, the illusion of your nature of reality. It tells you what reality is. It tells you, it brings you close to the real nature of reality and not the illusion of reality that you were in. Come, I will destroy your illusion. Upanishad. Come, I will destroy your illusion. How many types of Upanishads? There are 108 types of Upanishads. There are 108 types of Upanishads. Out of these 108 types of Upanishads, about 10 to 11 are central. Okay, so about 10 to 11 from these 108 Upanishads are central Upanishads, some Upanishads which are really, really important, central. We must understand them. They destroy the illusion of the nature of reality. So about 10 to 11 are extremely important. These Upanishads are so powerful. Okay. One, I will still repeat myself. You cannot understand them without the intervention of a rishi or a guru. Some Upanishads are so small, they have just about 10 verses or 12 verses. It's just written in one A4 size paper. They're not books. They can be as tiny as 10 verses written on A4 size paper. So you would have heard about Kathopanishad, the Mandukya Upanishad. So there are many Upanishads, but 10 to 11 of them are central. Believe me, while you are on this journey, that story I shared with you, only because you are on this journey and you are here right now, you can understand the value of this space. Anyone outside will not understand the value of this space. And don't even expect them to understand. Okay? So Upanishad is a part of Aranyak. There are 108 Upanishads. The meaning of Upanishad is, come, I will destroy your illusion. And that illusion is of the nature of reality. Okay. Why are they so important? Why are we saying that Upanishads are the heart of the Vedas? Upanishads are very important because they tell you what your life is going to be after you know God. They tell you, because they are telling you the nature of reality. All your myths will get abolished. What you thought was real will become an illusion. And what you thought is an illusion is actually a reality. Okay? So they are very important because they tell you what your life will be after you know God. And the nectar, now listen to me, the nectar of all the 108 Upanishads, the reconciliation of all the 108 Upanishads is the Bhagavad Gita. And even better, Krishna has put all the 108 Upanishads together. He has reconciled 108 Upanishads together in the Bhagavad Gita. And imagine we are discussing that. And if you are allowing your ears to get contaminated by someone's comments outside, see what you're doing. If you are allowing someone to destroy your sacred space, see what you're doing. Vedas are not present in every household. You don't have Rig Veda, Atharva Veda, or Sama Veda lying, but every household should have a Bhagavad Gita, right? Just keeping a Bhagavad Gita with you is like keeping a reconciliation of 108 Upanishads with you. You understand it, you don't understand it, you don't read it, it doesn't matter because they are locked. Only a guru can come and explain what is written from the perspective of 108 Upanishads. So if I'm doing chapter by chapter with you and we are going slowly, I'm actually, where is this coming from? It's coming as a nectar of 108 scriptures put together. So I don't know how then how you should handle the satsang, or how prepared you should come in the satsang, or should you take a bath and not, or should you be in the right space? So now this is on to you, because now I have told you what you are listening to. You are Shruti, you're listening to something which you always wanted to listen. Your physical body does not know this, but your soul knows this. So under Shruti, we are now in the primary books of authority, Shruti. And in that Shruti also, in all the Vedas also, and the Vedas divided into 3 parts, the Samhita, the liturgy part, and then the Aranyak. In that that comprises of 108 Upanishads. Come, I will destroy your illusion. In that, we are doing the reconciliation of all the 108 Upanishads called the Bhagavad Gita, done by Krishna himself. And we still have the audacity to shut the screen and do something wrong after we go from the satsang. We still have the audacity to use our logic outside. We still have the audacity to shut this learning and go towards tamas, go towards bad things, bad habits. This is bhagya. You always wanted to know what is Bhagya. This is Bhagya. All the Upanishads have taken care of your relationships, your money, your health, your state of mind, your past karmas, your future life, your present life, your past life, your food. There is not even one aspect left in these 108 Upanishads that God has not answered. And Bhagavad Gita has reconciled that bit by bit. And we still, so I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm saying that. Do you all realize the sacred space that you're in? That's why we say this is self-mastery. Because now is the time you need to realize, why am I hearing so much? Why has God chosen me to hear something so profound? That's why I told you the first day when I started doing the first chapter of Arjun Vishad Yoga, I told you a lot of people choose Krishna, but Krishna has only chosen Arjun. That is the beauty. Why is Krishna reciting the Bhagavad Gita only to Arjun? You are Arjun. Why are you hearing such profound scriptures? कभी सोचा है? मजाक थोड़ी है. This is not something which you can go and, then discuss and then say, oh, what did you learn? What did I learn? Oh, this is. What is left to talk? What is left to talk? Mahadev himself congratulated Krishna. Mahadev himself has heard the Bhagavad Gita trillion times. It encompasses your life. What is there to discuss? What is there to put logic on? What is there to even ask a question that how much time will it take for us to succeed when we are on the right path? Why do we get such questions? It just means that you don't know this whole lineage that I've just told you. Self-mastery means that now you're going to master every thought, every emotion, every relationship. It will automatically get mastered. You don't have to work separately on everything. You master yourself, everything gets mastered, including your financial life, because I will still say that that is something which is a sore in everyone's life today. The reason for coming in satsang also somewhere is your lack in your financial life or your relationship. The reason of coming in the satsang is not that you want to enhance your spiritual growth. Because since a couple of thousands of years, people have used these books of authority, these Vedas, these holy scriptures to get answers to their questions. They have not used these books to enhance themselves and to break this cycle of birth and death, or for this river to meet the ocean. किसने देखा है अगला जन्म, किसने देखा है, कहाँ है ब्रह्मन, कहाँ है आत्मन? So this is all disregarded, and that's why the cycle of suffering. The assurity that scriptures give you that your life will be sorted, your finances will be sorted, your relationships will be sorted. This is the assurity that God is giving you, and I don't know what more you want. Are you understanding what I'm saying? So chapter 6, imagine. I wanted to tell you all this today because most of you don't even know that Bhagavad Gita is an Upanishad. Most of you don't even know how many Upanishads. Most of you don't even know that it is the reconciliation. That is why I said it is a must. I think there is nothing above this. Deva is saying, and we make ourselves so big. That is what I'm saying, that you make yourself so big from what? Like, big of what? You're a speck in the universe. It will not matter if that atom is destroyed. The universe will still exist. You are a speck, irrelevant. That is why Krishna destroys Arjun's identity and his ego and says, who are you? You're a speck. I will still get the work done. You make yourselves very big because you realize that you are controlling everything. It is your family, it is your life, it is your team, it is your business. And Krishna is saying that it will still anyways keep happening because it's my work. God's work always happens. God will ensure that his work is done. Whoever does it. So if till the time you are humbled and you are surrendered to the fact that you are an instrument, till that time he will, if you've heard my podcast of Mahadev, the mystery undercover, I've always told you that that patra, that instrument, you only work on that instrument. The moment even subconsciously you start feeling important and big, God will not punish you. He has no time to punish you. It's just that you're going against the book. You're going against the rule book. Why does the Sikh community, okay, if you have your Sikh friends or Ajit is here, Manikya is here, why does the Sikh community believe that the Guru Granth Sahib is the only book of authority they want to follow? That is how we have trained ourselves. Because if you go against the book, means you are going against the will of God. So God is not interested. He is doing his own work. He has other works too. He has multiple universes that are functioning there. The primary books of authority. And now imagine that the rishis and the gurus, if you happen to meet any authentic guru and any authentic rishi in your life, these are the people who have had a first-hand experience of these Upanishads. And there is an audacity to talk low about them. And there is an audacity to question the gyan that they are giving for the upliftment of humanity. So this is your karmic cycle. And that's why before you delve deep into the chapter 6, you know where it's coming from. One more thing. Chapter 6 is not about more understanding. Chapter 6 is about more surrender. Don't think you can understand chapter 6 with more understanding. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, now I can make sense of it. Yeah. No. It's chapter 6 is not about more understanding. Chapter 6 is about more surrender. Okay. Chapter 6, Atma Sanyam Yoga, self-mastery. So what is Krishna doing here? Krishna is saying, don't catch anything, don't leave anything, grow beyond this. This is mastery. This is Atma Sanyam Yoga. Okay, so which means grow beyond joy and suffering. This is joy, this is suffering. No, Atma Sanyam Yoga is beyond that. I'll explain it now. हिंदी में बोलूंगी पहले, because ये बहुत impactful statement है इस chapter की. The first thing that you need to drill in your mind now from here onwards, कि दुख से मुक्त होना सुख नहीं होता है. दुख से मुक्ति सुख नहीं होता है. Please translate it, Niharika. दुख से मुक्त होना सुख नहीं होता है, या दुख से निवृत्ति सुख नहीं होता है. और दूसरी बात ये याद रखना कि सुख हमेशा नहीं रहता है. Liberation from suffering is not bliss. And bliss does not stay forever. दुख से मुक्ति सुख नहीं होता है. हाँ, मेरे आज सारे दुख चले गए, मैं सुखी हो गया. ये सुख नहीं है, क्योंकि सुख कभी नहीं रहता है. कितनी अजीब बात बोल दी ना कृष्ण ने इस चैप्टर में. बाउंसर, what does it mean? Let's take a deeper look into this. If Krishna is saying this in this chapter, then definitely Krishna means he's asking us to rise above Sukh and Dukh. You cannot understand this statement. You will keep going around and around, and again you will say, what the hell? Again, you'll go to the same Sankhya Yoga chapter and you will say, now you're confusing me. Now you are saying कि सुख से निवृत्ति, दुख से निवृत्ति सुख नहीं होता है, अब सुख भी हमेशा नहीं रहता है, तो हम कर क्या रहे हैं यहाँ पे? हम तो सुख की प्राप्ति के लिए आए थे. करेक्ट? So very simple. So very simple that Krishna wants you to rise above joy and suffering, success and failure, hot and cold. Self-mastery is when you have risen above this, when there is no duality. Now it's easy for Krishna to say this. And that was the doubt that Arjun had. Let's revise those doubts that Arjun had. So, chapter 6, verse 16, 17, 18. Krishna is saying all these things which I just said to you, and Arjuna immediately says, "Oh Krishna, the system of yoga that you are describing is absolutely impractical and unattainable. Mind is turbulent, restless, strong, rigid. I can control the wind, but I cannot control the mind." Isn't it? That's exactly the state that I put you in when I said this statement. Now, this chapter suddenly transforms you and says that, look, I'm not trying to explain what is sukha and what is dukkha. That is all gyan. That I've told you in Atma Manthan and Atma Siddhi, right? I've told you all. That when your body suffers, that is also pain. When your mind suffers, that is also, we have done that. That is all gyan. Now, Krishna is saying that if you want to be a master of yourself, you have to rise above this. Okay. And then he answers and he says that you are right, Arjun. It is difficult to restrain, but by being a drishta, you can master this. Now, immediately the next verse where I left last time was, Arjun says, what is the fate of an unsuccessful yogi who begins the path with faith but does not continue? Does he get deprived of spiritual and material success? Arjun is asking very normal questions, and it's about material and spiritual success. Also proving that one cannot exist without the other. Does he perish like a broken cloud? Please dispel this doubt. I'm repeating Arjun's question. Understand, it is your question also. What is the fate of an unsuccessful yogi who begins the path with faith but does not continue for whatever reason? Okay, the reason could be anything. Does he get deprived of spiritual and material success? Does he perish like a broken cloud? Please dispel this doubt. And I think this is the most important question Arjun has asked for today's souls. Because you begin your journey with faith, and then something happens. Somebody says something, or some doubt arises in your mind, and you leave that journey. You don't continue. And then you want to ask God that what will happen to such people? Will they get spiritual success and material success, or they will perish like a broken cloud? What do you think Krishna would have said? Joy, what do you think Krishna would have said? I think this should make every guru very angry. Joy, raise your hand. What do you think Krishna would have said?
I feel that till the time I'm willing to come back, it is okay.
Okay. That's all, na?
Yeah, I feel so.
Anyone else? What do you think Krishna would have said? Yes, Murli?
For me, Guruma, I think Krishna told that okay, it always accumulates.
Okay.
Whatever you do, when you start again, it carries. Today you might be, forget certain things, but with the help of a guru, again, you will, reconnect. It's again accumulated from there.
Okay, Sangamitra. हर हर महादेव माँ माँ आपने उस मतलब मुझे what I remember you had given us an example के the path that we are taking, maybe because we are here because earlier we had tried to travel this path of spirituality and we may have disconnected or हम दूर गए हैं but sorry we have moved we have shifted, maybe realigned our path, but God is always trying to bring us back to that path because we had asked for it perhaps somewhere. So if one leaves that path of spirituality, that is accumulated in the greater space where God knows that you have traveled. It doesn't reprimand you for leaving it. It takes you ahead from there, from where you have reached, is what. Okay.
Yeah, actually, I think Krishna says that he will reawaken in future births.
I mean, the journey never stops. Even if I don't finish it in one birth, I feel it continues. In the next birth, it will start from maybe where I left.
Where I left.
Okay, but Krishna has the urgency of sorting it out in this birth, no? Because he knows that it's going to be too much suffering, right? Abhinay, what do you think?
माँ मुझे वैसे भगवान कृष्ण ने क्या बोला हो तो नहीं पता, बट जब भी यहाँ पे आई हैव डिसकंटिन्यू लॉट ऑफ टाइम, मतलब प्रैक्टिस नहीं करता हूँ, एंड व्हेन आई कम बैक एंड टॉक टू यू तो वही होता है बार बार कि अब कर लो, राइट? सो मतलब आई हैव बीन हियर फॉर 3 years एंड learned a lot of things, missed attend a lot of satsang, but implementation ज्यादा नहीं करा मैंने, राइट? बट एवरी टाइम आई टॉक टू, मतलब इसके मैटर में आपसे जॉय से बात होती है तो वही होता है कि कोई बात नहीं, आप शुरू कर लो। तो आई थिंक, और हमने कुछ नहीं करा, बीच में छोड़ दिया तो पनिशमेंट तो नहीं मिलेगा, तो विल नॉट पेरिश, राइट? आई डोंट थिंक कि उसका ये है कि तुमने आए तो तुम छोड़ क्यों गए, डिसबिलीफ का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, बट जस्ट बिकॉज आई केम, देयर वाज अ फेथ व्हाई आई वाज हियर, एंड इफ आई एम कमिंग बैक ओवर एंड ओवर अगेन, आई थिंक उससे एडिशन ही होगा, उससे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, एंड every time it's like you can start again. So मेरे को तो I'm talking about the experience that I've got over here.
Okay. Vietnam 015.
Thank you very much, Guru Ma. I have been brought by you to a state that, well, so clear, but I cannot explain. So as I wrote in my message in response to your question, I think the answer, Krishna, is keep moving while questioning. And thanks to your statement saying, it means please rise above sukh and dukh. So I think just keep moving, experiencing whatever comes, and have a firm belief that whatever challenge comes, it is already planned by God just to strengthen myself, and why bother? So I'm grateful to all the challenges, all unwanted, and all the bliss, and I don't of starting from the 29th of January. Yes.
Are you doing the 40 days?
Yeah, I started from the 29th of January. And many miracles come, but I cannot tell. I just want to continue my experience, and I do have my on and offs too. For example, because I had a very late shower yesterday, so I decided not to have a shower this morning. Things like that happens, but I continued chanting, and I think I can learn by heart the sentence, and I can sometimes read very fast. Sometimes I can add the rhythm to it, but sometimes I just dictate, so I can feel the words, and I think just pay attention to it, and it's a very, very, how can I say, enjoyable moments of the day for me. So I'm still on my way. Thank you, Guruma.
Okay. Deepak, what do you think Krishna said?
Har Har Mahadev, Guru. Yes, I understood like what you want to say. Means I have to continue whatever I'm doing, process और जो भी है, और जो भाव और जो कर्म करेंगे उसके हिसाब से आगे क्या मिलेगा, सक्सेस या मटेरियल व्हाटएवर स्पिरिचुअल सक्सेस, वो उसके ऊपर डिपेंड है। आज का दिन तक जो किया उससे जो मिलना था वो तो मिल गया, दैट्स व्हाई दैट इज कॉल्ड सक्सेसफुल। और एज यू टोल्ड कि यू टू राइज अबव, कृष्णा टोल्ड कि यू टू राइज अबव दिस सुख एंड दुख। सो वो स्टेज में आने तक तो जो एफर्ट करना है, जो एक्शन करना है वो तो करते रहना।
Okay. Sachin?
Thank you, Guru.
See, what I remember is, as far as we are on the bridge, it's absolutely okay. Because ultimately, it's a bridge. And where we are on the bridge, sometimes people slip back, we move ahead. But as far as we are on the bridge, we are not changing the direction. I think that's what is life. That's what he said. Otherwise, yeah, that's because it happens. I'm just relating it to myself. For example, sometimes it happens that, we are few things get broken, like in between when my back was not okay, I was not able to do the processes and all. But as far as you are aware about that and you know that your intent is to do that again, I think that it should not trouble also too much, and it should not give too much of ease also. चलता है, सब चलता है, नहीं करेंगे तो भी चलेगा. And it should not trouble also too much because I still remember I spoke to you when my back was not okay, and you said, don't do these things, only do this till the time it is not okay, right? So as far as we are on the path, I think we know from inside, are we sincere or not actually, right? अंदर से समझ में आता है ना. So as far as we are sincere, I think that's why what he meant being on the bridge actually.
Okay. Sakshi?
Har Har Mahadev, Guruma. Guru, that God wants me to be on spiritual path because eventually God wants me to realize that I'm actually here for a higher purpose. I'm just a like instrument, and the purpose of being on spiritual path is not just me, it's about something else. So I feel God says that it's okay because eventually through being on this path is to be an instrument for something else, for higher purpose, and that's what I feel rising above joy and sorrow also.
I think all of you are summing it up very appropriately of what you know till this chapter. Okay. So, Sanghamitra, Sachin, I think all of you, Joy, all of you have summed it very appropriately of what you know till this chapter, which means that you have been good students. You have heard nicely what I have said. Whether it's the example of a bridge or whether it's accumulation or whatever, these very nice. Now, listen to the question properly and see the bhav of Arjun and Krishna. Arjun's bhav. What is the fate of an unsuccessful yogi who begins the path with faith but is not able to continue? Does he get deprived of spiritual and material success? Does he perish like a broken cloud? Please dispel this doubt. Krishna's reply to Arjun's question can only be understood if you are in bhakti. Otherwise, it will be a reassurance to all the people who have ego. Understand what I'm saying? Yes, Niharika, you can try. Yes.
Pranam Guruma. I was only thinking one thing, that the fact that the yogi thinks he's the karta, he will think he's unsuccessful. That he'll believe he's unsuccessful. But if he's a drishta, then he would any which way be above being successful or unsuccessful.
Yes, like I said, that you are all looking at it from the standpoint of the profound learnings and the clicks that you have got for your personal life till date. You understand? All that is even coming on the messages, Ichha mat kar. You know, all that you're writing, all that you're thinking right now is exactly like how you have understood the first 5 chapters of the Bhagavad Gita, and you have implemented it also in your life. It's perfect. But because I told you that chapter 6 is not about understanding, it is about diving deep. You will only understand Krishna's bhav if you have the same bhav and bhakti inside you. Otherwise, again, whatever Krishna's reply is to Arjun, for an egoistic person, it can be a reassurance of being on the bridge. It can be his ego. But for the one in bhakti, after Krishna's reply, you will understand how much compassion this authority has. इसीलिए मैंने पिछली बार बोला था, 1000 बार गिरोगे, 1000 बार उठा लूंगी. This was not an egoistic statement that I made. Are you able to understand little the difference between Gyan and the difference between Bhakti? Krishna says, and you know, the reconciliation of this of Bhagavad Gita, and when I'm saying 108 Upanishads, one verse can last for 108 hours. That is the power of these verses. One verse we can discuss for 108 hours. So, Krishna's reply, I quote, Arjun, these people feel drawn to God even against their will. These people, they feel drawn to God even against their will. They carry some strength of their past discipline. They carry some strength of their past discipline. They should be forced to engage in sincere endeavors to purify themselves. And then the final statement he makes is, Arjun, they should be educated about prarabdha. Why? He said 4 things one after the other, and 4 questions of Arjun, and he has said 4 things. The first thing he's saying is they feel drawn to God despite against, even if it is against their will. It means that their will is that outside space there that they are in, where their mind says, don't follow, don't follow, don't follow. But something inside their heart is saying, I am drawn towards this. They do watch, they do read, they do follow secretly, but for the outside world, they are stiff. They don't show to the world that they are willingly surrendering, but there is something inside them because of their past existing discipline that they feel drawn towards God. And then he says they must be forced to engage in activities to purify themselves, and they must be educated about prarabdha. Now, this is a big reassurance in which Krishna, without answering, has answered. Krishna has nowhere said. Now, Arjun's major question, major question in this yuga, in this verse is, will he be deprived of spiritual and material success? That is the main question which everyone has. That if I leave this path or if I join this path, will I get material success along with spiritual success? Or if I leave this path, will I be deprived of that success and this success? So basically, Arjun is also focusing on the material part. Krishna has not answered that question directly, but he has answered everything. Now, for an egoistic one who needs this reassurance that, oh, despite the fact that I start my journey, I don't care being called an unsuccessful yogi. As long as I am a yogi, successful yogi, unsuccessful yogi, how does it matter? As long as I am a yogi, Krishna is only calling me yogi. So even if I've left my journey in the middle, for whatever reason, Krishna's answer is that, oh, yeah. He's kind of reassuring that you will get success. For the egoistic one, this is a reassurance that will take him back to becoming a victim. For the one in bhakti, the God says here, don't talk about success. Let's talk about prarabdha. You see, Arjun's question has the word success. Krishna's answer does not have the word success. I'm repeating the question and answers. Now you see how this is going, how the flow goes between a guru and a disciple. What is the fate of an unsuccessful yogi? Means Arjun is egoistic enough to call himself a yogi. An unsuccessful yogi. He has categorized himself. And then he's saying, who begins the path with faith but does not continue? Then he's saying, does he get deprived of spiritual and material success? Or he perishes like a broken cloud? Please dispel this doubt. And Krishna answers without using the word success anywhere. Because Krishna is trying to talk about mastery. He's trying to tell you that rise above success and failure. He's saying rise above pap and punya. He's saying rise above good and bad. Rise above success and failure. So he just sums it up by saying that such people should be forced into purifying themselves. So they should get knowledge of prarabdha. Prarabdha means the accumulation of your past karmas, of your multiple lifetimes, and the instruction to the guru here is, he's giving an instruction to the guru. Because he's already mentioned in the first thing that he says they feel drawn to God even against their will due to some strength of their past discipline. So now it is the instruction given to the guru that prarabdha here means that any disciple sitting in front of the Guru in this state right now, all of you, I have to decipher your prarabdha and tell you that there was some past discipline in your life because of which you are being drawn to this path despite you not being here. Are you understanding? So when Krishna is saying in this verse that teach them about prarabdha, purify them. Okay? What is he telling me as a guru? He is telling me as a guru that you tell them that it is their prarabdha, that they are here because of their some past discipline where they have followed something and they are being drawn towards spirituality in this lifetime. And it is your responsibility to decipher their prarabdha and purify them and remove all the obstacles in their journey. This can only be understood with bhakti. Are you able to follow little? A guru has to force you. Now, Krishna is also doing that in the battlefield. A guru must force you to purifying yourself. He has to tell you the concept of prarabdha. Because if you don't understand that, you will keep trapping yourself again and again in the same vicious circle. He is not touching the topic of success, material success, spiritual success. He's not touching these topics. Because ultimately, he wants us to rise above success also. No? Isn't it? Who tells you? Who takes you towards righteousness? You know, the guru, the rishi, the narrator, they're taking you towards righteousness. The outside world will love that you fall into traps. The outside world will enjoy your downfall. They will love that you make mistakes. You fail. They will laugh at you. God wants to purify you. God does not feel happy. You know what? God does not feel happy when you fail, when you cry. The world feels happy. The world rejoices in your sadness. But God does not feel happy because He has appointed gurus to take you on a righteous path. Okay? Never ever doubt the seed that you're sowing today. I'll end this day with a very beautiful story. Once there is a small girl who loves gardening with her grandmother. Okay? She loves gardening with her grandmother, and her grandmother also loves gardening, and she's gardening every day. They're together working, just beautiful garden, greens and flowers and everything. So this little girl gets drawn to one particular plant which has these amazing big purple flowers. Okay. So she asks her grandmother that, can I make my own garden? And please give me seeds of this flower, because I just love these flowers. They're big purple flowers and I just love them. And I want to make my own garden. I've learned from you now, I want to make my own garden. And the grandmother very happily, merrily says that, okay, here are the seeds. So she plants those seeds. She takes care of those seeds every day, just as taught by her grandmother. Okay. And of course, the plants grow big, and she's waiting for the flowers. The plants grow even big, and she's waiting for the flowers. And she gets very upset because she doesn't see the flowers. The flowers have not come. She doesn't see the flowers. So she goes to her grandmother and she says that, I'm getting very angry. I can't see the flowers. I planted these seeds because I love those purple flowers. I can't see the flowers. So the grandmother says, are you not enjoying these green, beautiful, fresh leaves? She says, no, I want the flowers. I want to see the flowers. I want to see the flowers. If you've ever crossed by some buildings, where you have these plants and they're creepers, so you'll see that the leaves, they start from 20 feet and 30 feet. Earlier, it's just the stem, So she's seeing all of that. The grandmother is trying to tell her, but she's angry. She can't see the flowers for which she planted the seeds. So the grandmother tries to make her a little optimistic, but obviously she doesn't understand, and her frustration reaches another level. And one day, she just decides to take the big scissor and chop off those plants. She says this is useless. So she gets this big gardening scissor and she starts to chop off those plants. And when she starts to chop off those plants, there is a loud voice that comes from the other side of the wall. And this voice says, why are you chopping these plants? Every day I have been enjoying these amazing big purple flowers. Why are you chopping these plants? And the girl just stops, and her grandmother comes and says, this is your lesson. The seed that you planted is flowering on the other side. Only because you don't see it doesn't mean that it has not made a difference in someone else's life. This is self-mastery. Many years back, I wrote a quote that said that I'm planting a seed today. I know it is going to become a tree one day. I know I will not get to sit under it. But I will still do it because it is my dharma. So if you are planting the seeds of a creeper, they are going to give flowers on the other side of the wall. Someone is enjoying them. Someone's life is benefited. Someone is going to feel happy. Someone is going to feel inspired. You don't plant seeds because you want to take the flowers. That is not the law of karma. You do it because it is your dharma. And the girl learns her lesson. And the grandmother wanted her to learn this lesson because she was not enjoying the leaves. She was not enjoying this lush green creeper, but she only wanted to see the flower. And there was the other side of the wall, which was enjoying the flowers, and these flowers were bringing happiness in their life. This is dharma. This is self-mastery. So I'm going to leave you with that today. Please do your processes. For all the people who have started their 14-day sadhana, because Mahashivratri is just 14 days away now, please make sure that you're doing your pranayam processes also, along with the sadhana routine. Okay? And if you land up having a tea or a coffee late night, it's okay. Don't blame yourself for anything, okay? Don't carry that guilt. It's fine. You had a headache, you had a cup of coffee, it's fine. It's vrat, it's tapasya. It's not for you to instigate any guilt inside. It's for you to purify yourself. Okay, so with that thought, we'll close day 1. See you all tomorrow, day 2. Have a great Friday, all of you. Har Har Mahadev. Namaste.
Har Har Mahadev.
Namaste, Guru.
Đó chính là chúng ta sẽ từ ngày